πολύ σημαντικό κομμάτι της πρωτοβουλίας της έξυπνης σποράς είναι η εκπαίδευση των παραγωγών μας πάνω στο ψηφιακό εργαλείο για να δούμε μαζί τι προσφέρει και πώς λειτουργεί η πλατφόρμα της έξυπνης σποράς.
Το να έχεις τα δεδομένα σου σε έναν υπολογιστή και να μπορείς από το σπίτι να βλέπεις τις ανάγκες του χωραφιού σου και να προγραμματισμό σου είναι πάρα πολύ καλό.
Ο στόχος που καλείται να εξυπηρετήσει η πλατφόρμα έξυπνη σπορά είναι διτός. Αφενός να βελτιώσει την αποδοτικότητα του χωραφιού και ταυτόχρονα η περιβαλλοντική βιωσιμότητα. Διότι περιβάλλον χωρίς οικονομία ή οικονομία χωρίς περιβάλλον δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει.
Μας βοηθάει οικονομικά και ενεργειακά. Μας δίνει διαφορετικά σενάρια και συμβουλές, ώστε να πάρουμε σωστές αποφάσεις, να έχουμε ένα θετικό αποτέλεσμα στη δουλειά μας.
Οπωσδήποτε χρειάζεται η τεχνολογία και χρειάζεται να βγάλουμε ένα πλάνο του πώς θα καλλιεργούμε για τα επόμενα 5 χρόνια, για να μπορέσουμε να επιβιώσουμε και να μείνουμε στην καλλιέργεια του κιθαριού.
Θα βοηθήσει όλους τους αγρότες.
Η ενέργεια αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις, τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πυξίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενδυναμώνουμε τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον, ο πολιτισμός και ο αθλητισμός. Θετικό αντίκτυπο σε περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow. Τίποτα δεν σε σταματά. Προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28€ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22€ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow, but we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Όταν δεν φυσάει, έχουμε ενέργεια. Καλά, τα φωτοβολταϊκά δεν κουράζονται όλη μέρα στον ήλιο. Όταν έχουμε πολλή ενέργεια, μπορούμε να τη βάζουμε σε βαζάκια για άλλη μέρα.
Στην πράσινη ενέργεια όλοι έχουν απορίες. Και εμείς στη ΔΕΗ απαντάμε με δέσμευση και έργα. Στην παραγωγή και στην αποθήκευση πράσινης ενέργειας. Καινοτόμα έργα που αλλάζουν το ενεργειακό τοπίο στη χώρα μας.
Φροντίζουμε να βρισκόμαστε δίπλα στους παραγωγούς, σταθερά και ουσιαστικά. Η έξυπνη σπορά έτσι γεννήθηκε σαν ένας τρόπος να τους στηρίξουμε ακόμα περισσότερο, βλέποντας τις προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζουν τα τελευταία χρόνια, από την κλιματική κρίση και τα ακραία καιρικά φαινόμενα, μέχρι την αβεβαιότητα και τις αυξήσεις του κόστους.
Δεν είχα συνδέσει την τεχνολογία με το χωράφι και χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ που υπάρχει αυτή η πλατφόρμα που μπορεί να το συνδέσει.
Πολύ σημαντικό κομμάτι της πρωτοβουλίας της έξυπνης σποράς είναι η εκπαίδευση των παραγωγών μας πάνω στο ψηφιακό εργαλείο για να δούμε μαζί τι προσφέρει και πώς λειτουργεί η πλατφόρμα της έξυπνης σποράς.
Το να έχεις τα δεδομένα σου σε έναν υπολογιστή και να μπορείς από το σπίτι να βλέπεις τις ανάγκες του χωραφιού σου και να κάνεις τον προγραμματισμό σου είναι πάρα πολύ καλό.
Ο στόχος που καλείται να εξυπηρετήσει η πλατφόρμα έξυπνη σπορά είναι διτός. Αφενός να βελτιώσει την αποδοτικότητα του χωραφιού και ταυτόχρονα η περιβαλλοντική βιωσιμότητα. Διότι περιβάλλον χωρίς οικονομία ή οικονομία χωρίς περιβάλλον δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει.
Μας βοηθάει οικονομικά και ενεργειακά. Μας δίνει διαφορετικά σενάρια και συμβουλές, ώστε να πάρουμε σωστές αποφάσεις, να έχουμε ένα θετικό αποτέλεσμα στη δουλειά μας.
Οπωσδήποτε χρειάζεται η τεχνολογία και χρειάζεται να βγάλουμε ένα πλάνο του πώς θα καλλιεργούμε για τα επόμενα 5 χρόνια, για να μπορέσουμε να επιβιώσουμε και να μείνουμε στην καλλιέργεια του κρυθαριού.
Θα βοηθήσει όλους τους αγρότες, άσχετα από την ηλικία που έχει ο καθένας, γιατί είναι μια πλατφόρμα εύκολα προσβάσιμη σε όλους.
Μειώνει τα περιττά έξοδα και θα είναι ένα καλύτερο αποτέλεσμα, με καλύτερες αποδόσεις.
Άρα έχουμε εύκολη εισαγωγή δεδομένων, αξιόπιστο αποτέλεσμα.
Ένα εργαλείο εφαρμόσιμο, πρακτικό, σύμμαχό τους μέσα στο χωράφι.
Η ενέργεια αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πισίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενδυναμώνουμε τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον, ο πολιτισμός και ο αθλητισμός. Θετικό αντίκτυπο σε περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Όταν δεν φυσάει, έχουμε ενέργεια. Καλά, τα φωτοβολταϊκά δεν κουράζονται όλη μέρα στον ήλιο. Όταν έχουμε πολλή ενέργεια, μπορούμε να τη βάζουμε σε βαζάκια για άλλη μέρα.
Στην πράσινη ενέργεια όλοι έχουν απορίες. Και εμείς στη ΔΕΗ απαντάμε με δέσμευση και έργα. Στην παραγωγή και στην αποθήκευση πράσινης ενέργειας. Καινοτόμα έργα που αλλάζουν το ενεργειακό τοπίο στη χώρα μας.
Φροντίζουμε να βρισκόμαστε δίπλα στους παραγωγούς, σταθερά και ουσιαστικά. Η έξυπνη σπορά έτσι γεννήθηκε σαν ένας τρόπος να τους στηρίξουμε ακόμα περισσότερο, βλέποντας τις προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζουν τα τελευταία χρόνια, από την κλιματική κρίση και τα ακραία καιρικά φαινόμενα, μέχρι την αβεβαιότητα και τις αυξήσεις του κόστους.
Δεν είχα συνδέσει την τεχνολογία με το χωράφι και χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ που υπάρχει αυτή η πλατφόρμα που μπορεί να το συνδέσει.
πολύ σημαντικό κομμάτι της πρωτοβουλίας της έξυπνης σποράς είναι η εκπαίδευση των παραγωγών μας πάνω στο ψηφιακό εργαλείο για να δούμε μαζί τι προσφέρει και πώς λειτουργεί η πλατφόρμα της έξυπνης σποράς.
Το να έχεις τα δεδομένα σου σε έναν υπολογιστή και να μπορείς από το σπίτι να βλέπεις τις ανάγκες του χωραφιού σου και να κάνεις τον προγραμματισμό σου είναι πάρα πολύ καλό.
Ο στόχος που καλείται να εξυπηρετήσει η πλατφόρμα έξυπνη σπορά είναι διτός. Αφενός να βελτιώσει την αποδοτικότητα του χωραφιού και ταυτόχρονα η περιβαλλοντική βιωσιμότητα. Διότι περιβάλλον χωρίς οικονομία ή οικονομία χωρίς περιβάλλον δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει.
Μας βοηθάει οικονομικά και ενεργειακά. Μας δίνει διαφορετικά σενάρια και συμβουλές, ώστε να πάρουμε σωστές αποφάσεις, να έχουμε ένα θετικό αποτέλεσμα στη δουλειά μας.
Οπωσδήποτε χρειάζεται η τεχνολογία και χρειάζεται να βγάλουμε ένα πλάνο του πώς θα καλλιεργούμε για τα επόμενα 5 χρόνια, για να μπορέσουμε να επιβιώσουμε και να μείνουμε στην καλλιέργεια του κιθαριού.
Θα βοηθήσει όλους τους αγρότες, άσχετα την ηλικία που έχει ο καθένας, γιατί είναι μια πλατφόρμα εύκολα προσβάσιμη σε όλους.
Μειώνει τα περιττά έξοδα και θα είναι ένα καλύτερο αποτέλεσμα, με καλύτερες αποδόσεις.
Άρα έχουμε εύκολη εισαγωγή δεδομένων, αξιόπιστο αποτέλεσμα.
Ένα εργαλείο εφαρμόσιμο, πρακτικό, σύμμαχό τους μέσα στο χωράφι.
Η ενέργεια αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πυξίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενδυναμώνουμε τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον, ο πολιτισμός και ο αθλητισμός.
Good morning, everybody. Congratulations to those of you who managed.
Καλημέρα. Συγχαρητήρια που κατορθώσατε να φτάσετε εδώ μια μέρα απεργίας. Καλώς ήρθατε στη δεύτερη μέρα του 9ου συνεδρίου για την βιωσιμότητα Τώρα θα περάσουμε στην άλλη πλευρά της Μεσογείου, στο Μαρόκο, και έχω την τιμή να καλωσορίσω την Ασία Μπεν Σαλά Αλάουι, μια πρέσβυρα ειδικής αποστολής του Βασιλείου του Μαρόκου, συμπροεδρεύουσα του Μαλάμπο Μομπελιέ Φόρουμ στο Μαρόκο. Θα μπορούσατε να μας πείτε μερικά πράγματα για το Μαλάμπο Μομπελιέ Φόρουμ και μετά να μοιραστείτε μαζί μας τις σκέψεις σας? Ευχαριστώ, Άλεστερ. Καλημέρα σε όλους. Αξιότιμοι προσκεκλημένοι, συνάδελφοι και φίλοι. Θα σας πω λίγα πράγματα για το Μαλαμπού Montpellier Forum. Το 2014 δημιουργήθηκε και ο στόχος ήταν να δημιουργήσει ασφάλεια τροφίμων για την Ήπειρο της Αφρική. Δηλαδή με στόχο η Αφρική να μάθει από την Αφρική. Οι 17 επιστήμονες του Μαλαμπού Φόρουμ δημιούργησαν τη βάση και μέσα από εκθέσεις προσπάθησαν να δώσουν τις βέλτιστες πρακτικές στην διασφάλιση τροφίμων από όλη την Αφρική. Ο στόχος είναι να πείσουμε τους ηγέτες και τους λαμβάνοντας αποφάσεις να υιοθετήσουν τα αποτελέσματα αυτών των ιστοριών επιτυχίας. Οπότε βασιζόμασταν στην καινοτομία για να διασφαλίσουμε την ασφάλεια τροφίμων στην Αφρική, γιατί το 20% των Αφρικανών βιώνουν ακόμα ανασφάλεια σε σχέση με τα τρόφιμα. Ευχαριστώ τον τον Economist Impact για να μιλήσω για την πρόβλημα της βιωσιμότητας. Θα μιλήσω για την προσαρμοστικότητα του πλανήτη μας και κάποιες στρατηγικές και μεταρρυθμίσεις για να συμφιλιώσουμε την ταχύτητα και την βιωσιμότητα. Η μεγάλη επιτάχυνση αφορά την ανθρωπόκαινη εποχή και μετά, όπου οι ανθρωπολόγοι ουσιαστικά αναγνώρισαν ότι από εκείνη την εποχή έχουμε τη συμβολή του ανθρώπου στην ιστορία της γης. Ο Χάρμαν Τρόζα δείχνει ότι ένα σπιράλα ταχύτητας και επιτάχυνσης σε διαφορετικά επίπεδα δημιούργησε την ανάγκη για προσαρμοστικότητα. Γιατί πλέον ως άνθρωποι δεν θέλουμε να μένουμε σε ηρεμία. Οι δείκτες του IPCC που όλοι γνωρίζετε είναι σοκαριστικοί. Είναι πολύ πιο γρήγοροι από όλα. Οι εκπομπές των αερίων των θερμοκηπίου τα τελευταία χρόνια έχουν επιταχυνθεί τόσο γρήγορα όσο δεν έχουν επιταχυνθεί τα προηγούμενα χιλιάδες χρόνια, δημιουργώντας ένα εφέ καταράκτη και αλυσιδωτών αντιδράσεων σε κάθε γωνιά του πλανήτη, σε κάθε μορφή ζωής. Βλέπουμε πυρκαγιές οι οποίες μαστίζουν μεγάλες περιοχές όπως φέτος της Ισπανίας και φυσικά βλέπουμε ότι αυτά τα ακραία γεγονότα έχουν καταστροφικές επιπτώσεις. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Κεντρική Τράπεζα υπολογίζει ότι οι επιπτώσεις στο ΑΕΠ από τις πυρκαγιές της ξηρασίας.
Not of course to mention the devastating effects on ecosystems which are enduring and last much longer after the events take place, and very, very special effect on food security once again, while 1/3 of the population cannot access healthy food. Disruptive trade and defense policies, as we have seen in the context of the major shifts in political context, especially of powerful states, environmental regulations denials, rollbacks, fossil fuel pushes via drill rhetoric, all, of course, deepening the systemic crisis. So the trade and defense policies, just to give the example of the 5% increase imposed on allies, are of course diverting financial funds, which are becoming rare, from social and environmental fields, derailing further the green transitions. The war on science feared to announce an environmental dark age, as Robert Proctor, the historian of science, predicted, and dismantling of public information institutions weaken progress and disaster anticipation response. Planetary transformation speed outpaces social, institutional, ethical management. This gap sources existential dangers. So how to reconcile speed with sustainability? Acceleration created these crises. So solutions must balance strategies speeding up just transition and, of course, checking destructive ones. This reconciliation requires urgent attention and long-term reforms. The ecological urgency is, of course, a top priority. To accelerate the energy transition, we need a drastic fossil fuel reduction. We need as well to scale up green technologies in all fields, solar, wind, hydro, green hydrogen, and improve as well energy efficiency and as well resources efficiency across the sectors. Mobilize for a global plastic agreement after August negotiations failure is urgent, as for 460 million tons production yearly is expected to triple by 2060. Moreover, we do know that microplastics massively invade chain foods, and we find them in our brains as well. So manage technological emergency, where innovation is of course compulsory, is as well necessary. But unregulated advances exacerbate inequities, undermine governance, and create land, water, energy conflicts use among sectors. AI data centers investments imply huge energy demand. By projection, 1,250 minimum terawatt hour in early 2030. What does that mean? It means that it will have to come from fossil origin, because renewables will not be able to face this huge increase. So regulations like California's Senate Bill 52 lately, reporting the dangerous AI behaviors, is a good start. However, we have to go much further and put ceilings for the production to make sure that they will be respecting the ecological goals. Address geopolitical and social emergencies is, of course, a must. Peace stability is a prerequisite for climate action. Reinvigorate diplomacy, conflict prevention, address grievances which are growing across the world, which are fueled by inequalities and by growing social discontent across the planet. And we need, beyond the urgencies, of course, to pursue transformation in 4 key areas at least. First, restore science authority and credibility through various means to give back the independence to the scientists to make sure they innovate and they pursue their mission. Attract displaced researchers, invest public communication, promote research expansion, ocean science, carbon removal sites, etc., for instance. Combat misinformation. This is absolutely basic to rebuild the narrative and counteroffensive. Engage influencers, for instance, to defend the climate, as we are doing for the rest of to attract the youth attention. Defend fact-checking, transparent data. Must favor long-term thinking over sensationalism. Paradigm shift is absolutely necessary in economics and lifestyles, because after all, we depend on the whole chain from research upstream to the product itself of what we are consuming. But hyper-consumerism is not compatible with the Earth's limits. So we have to transform our food systems as well to sustainability and reframe water investment for governance, allocation, and infrastructure. Last but not least, institutional reform, systemic policies. Political time is trapped between the media immediacy and the long and slowness of the legislative and political cycles. So there is a huge gap that we have to address, because by the time decisions are implemented, it's always too late, too little. So temporal governance, for instance, anticipates impacts, integrating foresight. Consolidate integrated law environment is absolutely necessary in order to avoid loopholes. International agreements, recent progress via mobilization, state and non-state actors are encouraging. The WHO's agreement, the call needs for oceans, and above all, the enter into force of the high sea treaties next January are encouraging, and perhaps we can build on that. And so is the International Court's advisory opinion defining clean, healthy, sustainable environment as a human right to be respected, opens climate justice reparations. Even if it is long, it is extremely promising, and these are tools to be used. COP30 Berlin, which is to take place in the emblematic Amazon, offers crucial opportunity to secure binding commitments, finance redirecting to resilience, equitable transitions beyond statements. So, in conclusion, we can say that ethics, hope, and action towards a social, ecological multilateralism can open ways for solutions. Hans Jonas urged actions compatible with authentic human life permanence on Earth. Politics, economy must develop by this induction. Crisis catalyzes creativity, but creativity requires leadership to be implemented. So new collective leadership can come from smaller regional states and leaders in partnership, of course, with bigger ones, but before all, among all the willings to make coalition of the willings between states, cities, business, citizens, civil society, not for war as before, but to sustain life And smaller leaders sometimes do not have this propension of authoritarian, and they are not threatening, they are reassuring, and they are committed to federating. So I do think that it's moments for pedagogies and policies, reform education for innovation and environmental literacy, teach complexity, uncertainty, and collapsology are becoming absolutely necessary in university curricula, and above all, train leaders to crisis management and to manage hyper-complexity. So minds, institutions can evolve with technology. Universal survival demands universal moral imagination. Embrace African Ubuntu, from the beautiful Bantu word meaning making humanity together. Each in his and her influence sphere can become an eco-citizen in peace with cultural diversity and biodiversity, bending together towards a habitable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think we have time for questions, but thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. No questions?
Okay.
You have no time for questions?
I think we're very tight for questions. Wait 1 second while we have a picture. Thank you. Thanks very much again. Well, I think that's a great way to reiterate the key themes of our event over the last couple of days. The urgency of the situation we're in, the challenge, the size of the challenge that we're facing, and the centrality of collaboration as really the only way of getting through this crisis that we all face. Fantastic to travel across the Mediterranean and get a global vision, but from a different part of this important maritime basin. We're staying with a maritime theme for our next session, and we're going to look at a more specific area, this time ports, shipping, and climate change, and how we navigate a greener Mediterranean. To do that, I should tell you, by the way, if you're looking puzzled at your agenda, that the Minister was unable to join us today, sadly, so we won't be hearing from him. But we do have two very important, eminent representatives of the maritime space here in Greece, who I will now invite to the stage. The first is Ansis Seltins, who is the chair of the European Seaports Organization. Please come and join us. And the second is Apostolos Kamarinakis, who is the president of the Hellenic Ports Association. Please join us. Politeness, as always. I hope you have your red light on the left and your green light on the right, or whichever way around it is, to make sure that there's no collisions on the way up to the stage.
No, yeah, all right.
Take a seat.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We were going to have the Minister, and so there was going to be an opportunity to talk to him more specifically about shipping. So I'm going to substitute him for you. So you're going to cover shipping as well as ports. And okay?
I will try.
Good, good. That's all I can ask. But let's start with ports. I mean, in fact, the whole area of shipping is a fascinating one in the context of sustainability and climate change, largely because of emissions, obviously. Shipping responsible for anywhere between 2–3% of global greenhouse gas emissions, but also because you're the guys who bring all the stuff that everybody's making in factories to the places where everybody's using it. So you're the sort of corridors, the connections between manufacturers and consumers, and an incredibly important role. So I'm going to hand over to each of you just to give your introductory thoughts on the area under discussion. And then we'll have, I hope, time for some questions. Ansis, you first of all, tell us a little bit about the European Seaports Organisation, what it is, very briefly, and then give us your opening thoughts.
All right. Thank you very much, and I'm glad to be here in Athens, Greece, as also Greek ports are very good members of ours, and also all the EU Mediterranean countries and ports who participate in European Seaports Organization. As an organization, we are based in Brussels, but we gather, I would say, all major port players across the European Union, member states, and as we say, so we represent also the port countries in this essence. It's not just about individual ports, but it's about countries they are in. And of course, over what we do, we try to make port business better place in Europe, and to make European ports and European port industry more competitive, more sustainable, and better contributing to development of our continent and union as such. So that's very brief, but of course most of it is related to also part of lobbying in Brussels, and definitely legislative part and regulatory part related to the ports and maritime business is absolutely essential for time being. So we go straight to the point. If we talk about the ports, maybe one thing what I want to mention is also that time starts to turning faster. It's not just for every one of us, but it's also definitely for ports. If you take a few decades ago, ports were somewhere hidden behind the fence and doing their logistics and cargo business. In 20 years, even less, in 10 years, things have changed cardinally, and now what we do goes far, and what we should care about goes far beyond what it was 10 or 15 years ago. Just organizing a logistic chains and the cargo flow. Although still we keep our roots, meaning that most of the things we use and wear are brought to us by the maritime routes, and that means that through ports. But on the other hand, also the challenges which are now on the table, they straight affect also port industry, and with a focus on being sustainable as a continent, as a countries. Green transition, energy transition, security, military dimension, military mobility dimension, all these challenges are absolutely essential for European ports, and also, my colleague absolutely can assure that it's also absolutely essential and crucial for Mediterranean region. And I can mention only a few of those, like onshore power supply, which becomes mandatory by 2013 in the ports and on the particular regular shipping traffic. At the very beginning, it was thought that it's very related just to the ports and the ships, but on the other hand, now it turns that at that time when it was adopted, such things as a grid capacity, availability of power, and also price on electricity, which is, okay, it's an open market in EU, but it's very diverse and very different across the European Union. It plays absolutely crucial role in developing this. That means that it's far beyond the hands of each and every port authority. energy transition, we've been speaking, many times we speak in general, so energy transition, new fuels, new fuel infrastructure. In reality, if we talk about the ports, that goes and comes to very specific infrastructure and specific challenge. Everyone is talking to being energy hub. That's true. Ports are looking towards that direction, but again, each and every port is different, meaning that not all the ports will be energy hubs. Not all the ports should or must become energy hubs. And also, if you talk about the fuels, also all the list, and it's clearly known also for shipping industry. The list is open, so it's not fixed. The list is open. That means that all options, the ammonia, methanol, maybe methanol is going ahead. Ammonia, methanol, biomethane, synthetic fuels, they are all on the table, and technologically they are not fixed. That means that it also brings kind of uncertainty. Emission trading schemes, absolutely crucial, I think, for Mediterranean region. I think we need to think how we get the best out of it, not in order to end up with carbon leakage and also investments leaking European Union. And I think now International Maritime Organization in the coming days on extraordinary session at the MEPC will decide on greenhouse gas control and economic instrument. I think if it goes ahead, then the question is at the EU level what we do with the existing emission trading scheme. I think it should be somehow adapted, not to overlap the systems. Cybersecurity, yes, the ports become more automated, the processes become more automated. The more we do, then there's also more vulnerability in this. That means that this is the focus. Military dimension, that's the geopolitically driven, but definitely ports play and will play their role, and that is also part of the challenge where each and every port will have, depending where it's located. And of course, small and big ports, there's also difference. And as I already mentioned, it doesn't mean that each and every port plays its purpose. And the purpose might be, and the essence might be, the tourism and local and supporting the local community, particularly if you talk about the small islands, also in Greece and small island ports. And also this should be taken into the picture. And all in all, together taken, I think we are working closely with European Commission, and I think, and thanks also to them bringing forward the European port strategy. We are actively involved in this process, and I think I fully believe that we will succeed, that we will put also some, if not all, but some definite answers to these challenges which I already mentioned into port strategy.
Fantastic, thank you. That's a very comprehensive overview. I don't know what you have to add.
Mr. Zertis told us so many things and so many aspects that now we are facing in ESPO, because we are to ESPO and we are collaborating closely, and I think that he told everything about. I will speak more about the Greek ports and all this. So just I wanted to tell some words. This year's Economist Sustainability Summit brings together leading representatives from politics, science, and business from around the world, highlighting the importance of sustainability in all its dimensions, from energy, trade, and shipping to social responsibility and innovation. The discussion on sustainability has never been more timely and crucial, and it is a great honor for me to contribute through the perspective of Greek ports and shipping to this collective exchange of ideas for a sustainable future in the Mediterranean and beyond. Greece, with its extensive port network and long maritime tradition, has a special role to play in balancing the growth of maritime trade with environmental protection. The Mediterranean is a unique sea. It's a hub of commerce connecting 3 continents, but at the same time it remains highly vulnerable to the pressures of climate change. Its ports are at the front line of these pressures, from rising sea levels and extreme weather events to the need to reduce emissions and protect biodiversity. It is precisely this dual role, centers of trade yet stewards of the environment, that makes ports so crucial in the pursuit of a greener Mediterranean. Today, green corridors are radically reshaping the logic of shipping and supply chains. They are not merely low-emission routes. They are frameworks that redefine competitiveness, regulatory compliance, and logistics management. At the same time, ports are becoming real hubs for the energy transition. They host new technologies and fuels, biofuels, LNG, shoreside electricity, and eventually hydrogen. As Mr. Zeltnis told, the list is open. They become places where shipping industry and energy intersect to chart a common path towards sustainability. However, this transition is not without challenges. The marine biodiversity of the Mediterranean is under significant pressure, from overfishing to pollution, from emissions to noise. Balancing trade with environmental protection is delicate, and we must achieve it with scientifically informed measures and international cooperation. Another critical element is ESG risks. As we know, ESG, environmental social governance, refers to environmental, social, and corporate governance factors. The risks arising in these 3 areas are not theoretical, they directly affect shipping and ports. Environmental, if a port does not invest in emissions reduction, clean energy, and marine protection, it is considered high risk for investors. Social, if measures are not taken to reduce noise, pollution, or to support local communities with new jobs, social reactions can negatively impact development. Governance. If there is no transparency, clear institutional framework, or compliance with international standards, access to financing and international partnerships is limited. Therefore, adopting ESG practices is not a luxury or merely an ethical choice. It is a necessary condition to secure investment, maintain the competitiveness of our ports, and build trust with society. The Hellenic Ports Association is fully aware of its responsibility. Representing the country's most important ports, we work to ensure that Greece becomes a benchmark in Southeastern Europe and the Mediterranean. Our goals are to strengthen cooperation with the European Union and international stakeholders, accelerate the adoption of green infrastructure and technologies, and ensure that the development of our ports align with environmental protection and social cohesion. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges ahead are significant, but the opportunities are even greater. The green transition is not just an obligation, it is an opportunity to make the Mediterranean more competitive, more innovative, and more resilient. Yet, our success will depend on collaboration among states, institutions, investors, and societies. Only through collective effort can we turn this challenge into a shared vision.
Thank you. Thanks. And very neatly plugging back into our theme of collaboration and multilateralism. I'm going to be very unfair because I have a question for each of you, and they're not necessarily easy to answer, but I want you to answer them very briefly, okay?
Okay.
First to you, Ansis. One of the problems, it seems to me, for ports, this is a sort of a general problem for businesses all over the world, but quite specific elements for ports, is the problem of coordination. You need to invest for the long term. You need to be making changes now that are going to determine how business is done in your ports for years to come. But you don't know what the conditions are going to be. For example, what fuels should you be building for? You know, it's all very well to discuss that we may have different kinds of fuels in the future, but you need to build. You need to provide facilities so that ships can pull up and refuel. How do you undertake that coordination problem at a time like this when there's so much change in the air?
Yeah, I would say it's not an answer to the question, because I would say it's also a million-dollar question in a way. You're absolutely right. In ports, most of the infrastructure we are building, it's for very long term. So also if you look from the return on investment, so our calculations are normally 30, sometimes 50 years ahead. Otherwise, I mean, it's not economically feasible. And of course, that means it's a bit of intellectual guessing. You're absolutely right. I mean, part of it, and what definitely would help, is that whenever, and why I pinpointed out the importance also of regulation, that it should be for the long term or with a long-term vision, and it shouldn't change, or the direction shouldn't change every 3 or 4 political term years. Because then it's really a problem. Yeah. But I think what we and our members across Europe are doing, so the collaboration also with the shipping and the shipping lines. So because also for ships the fuels is an open thing. I would say fuel-wise, most probably the problem for the ports is less about investing or investments, but I would say the bigger challenge will be a space, because that's I didn't mention, but I think that's one of important ones, because what we need to assume and to take as a fact that in order to make something new, you need more space. So that means that current or existing logistic activities will stay there as well. But on the other hand, so you need to make also like new fuel infrastructure. You need for developing new energies. It's not just about the bunkering or storage, but it's also about the making offshore, for instance, offshore wind, in order to build those, in order to marshal them. So you need space, and that's again goes sometimes it goes into opposite direction what environmental people are saying. So okay, we want to less transform the environment in the ports. So and I think there we need a good balance, also understanding those challenges and goals what we want to reach. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Apostolos, for you, you mentioned the complication that politics adds into these long-distance forward planning exercises. The International Maritime Organization is trying to build a framework for net zero into the long term. It's become very, very political. Greece has had its position, which feels as if it's shifting a little bit. What would you like to see come out of that? What do you expect to see come out of that?
I think that we have to discuss a lot of things, and as we all mentioned, we are facing a lot of challenges, and of course the geopolitical issues are very crucial, and we have to be careful of what we are doing. As Mr. Zetins told before, we have to do a balance, and not only to have restrictions that can damage the whole trade system, So we have to be careful and to discuss and to see what to do, because it's very difficult, and it's also very, very difficult to achieve the fuel that it will be, as we mentioned before, the fuel for the ships is an unknown factor, and also is unknown where to find the possibilities to give from the ports to the ships all the bunkering that they need. We have to construct new installations and to do many things which are not very easy, and also it's not very easy to convince the societies, because the ports are very close to the cities, to adopt all these crucial installations that we have to build. So we have to go forward, but step by step.
Okay. Well, we see if you travel up and down the coastline of Athens, you see the competition for land for development purposes. Okay. I would love to go through your agenda there step by step, but we need a whole day to do that, which we don't have.
Yeah, I try to stick to very...
So at this point, I'm going to call a close to the panel, but I'd like to thank you both for your input. Please join me in thanking the panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks very much. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you. Okay. Well, we're staying partly with the shipping, but our general theme now is the circular economy, which is a key concept for a successful approach to the challenge of climate change. So I'd love to invite up to the stage our next speakers. They are Diane Gilpin, who's the founder and chief executive of Smart Green Shipping from the UK, and Konstantinos Aravosis, who is Professor, UNESCO Chairholder on Green Innovation and Circular Economy at the National Technical University of Athens. Diane, please join us. I know you've got some images to show us, so please go straight ahead. Would you like to take a seat?
Yes. Good morning. Thank you, economists, for inviting me to participate in this vital conversation. We've heard a lot about the need, the urgency for transition. We've heard a lot about SMEs and the role that they play. I'm here today to talk about what it's like on the front line. I'm Diane Gilpin, the founder and CEO of Smart Green Shipping, and I've spent a lifetime working in innovation. I started out working with mobile phones. I was told then that nobody would want a mobile phone, but I'm guessing they were wrong. Crucially, that was about developing new business models. From working in the cellular industry, I went to work in Formula One motor racing, and then I went to work in global yacht racing. And during that time, I became curious about two things. Why was there no knowledge transfer and technology transfer between Grand Prix yacht racing and international shipping, when there was clearly a strong relationship between Formula One and the automotive industry? More importantly, I became increasingly alarmed about the science around the climate and nature crises. And so I asked myself, could I combine my decades of experience in innovation and figure out a way of building a team to take on the most important race in the world, the race for survival? So I set up Smart Green Shipping in 2014, aware that we had to look at more than emissions, that we had to look at operational, through life and technical emissions, and do more with less. We had to design out waste. But at the same time, we had to be aware of the challenges about policy barriers, and I knew that no one would adopt a solution if it didn't make business sense to do so. So we have to create irresistible business models. So it's quite a challenge. We've heard earlier this morning that it's very complicated to transition shipping. It's considered to be a hard-to-abate sector. Let me tell you, it's hard to win a world championship, and we were told it was impossible to sail around the world the wrong way. But it's evidently not, if you put your mind to it. And I think if we think about changing our minds, we think about not just decarbonising shipping in line with current climate goals, just by substituting fossil fuels with an alternative, but we think about employing a racing mindset and a whole systems transformation. Then it becomes a bit of a thrilling challenge, if I'm honest. So we started thinking about wind. How do we convene a world-leading collaborative team? How do we bring skills and knowledge from shipping, from defence, from racing, from energy and renewables? How do we look at materials, aerodynamics, marine engineering? We've got to bring in climate and data science. We've got to engage with lawyers. We've got to engage with insurance, financiers, and crucially, of course, engaging with the shipping industry, the ship owners, the operators, and the cargo owners. But together, we've created solutions to technical, commercial, regulatory, and operational barriers. We're turning complexity into competitive advantage. And with the support of the second largest shipping company in the world and the UK's largest renewable energy company, with the support of the Scottish Government, with the UK Government's support, we've built and tested the safety and robustness of a wind-powered wing sail called FastRig. It's built on circular lines. We've tested it for safety and robustness on land, and then we've completed sea trials that have corroborated our fuel-saving performance models. We've proven how optimized configurations can save up to 40% fuel and greenhouse gas emissions, and this is key, we have reliable prediction tools that guarantee performance. Our new business models are delivering 2.5 times the revenues against linear models. And this is how the system works. It's complex, it's interconnected, so I'm going to whiz through it, but it's a lightweight design, it's retrofittable, so we can reuse existing assets and keep them compliant. It's a plug-and-play system. We've proven you can install it and deinstall it quickly. It's modular. It's built for 20 or 30 years life. It's upgradable, repairable, reusable. We maintain ownership of it. We can lease it for long or short-term contracts, avoiding the need for capital, paying back through fuel saving, all of which gives commercial flexibility to accelerate adoption and reduce emissions even faster. We've developed a digital tool that optimizes the performance and, as I said, predicts it. And we've bundled all that together in a digital platform which makes access easy to the technology for the market. We've begun commercial installations, but what we know is that designing circular systems gives risk-free access to fast available technology now, which encourages rapid tech adoption and reduces emissions even faster. Circular design does more with less. But it's about thinking about new business models, and it makes investors 2.5 times the return. It's effective, we work collaboratively, but it's taken a long time to get here, and I think we should be moving faster. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks. Take a seat.
Thank you.
And before you settle, I have a question. What do you do in the doldrums when there's no wind?
So it's not only wind, it works with engines, whatever the engines are powered with. So we're reducing emissions from fossils, and we are reducing cost of alternatives, which are much more expensive.
So it's like a plug-in hybrid?
Yes.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, Konstantinos, we've heard a very, very specific, detailed example of circularity in innovation. Give us your thoughts, please, on this general area.
First of all, I think we have had the opportunity to see a great case study of what is circular economy in this particular business of shipping, green shipping in particular. We face a great challenge nowadays. It is the challenge of zero carbon, zero waste, and of course digitalization, which goes all together. And this, for this, in the EU, we have two legislative instruments. The first and the main instrument is, as you know, the EU climate law, which sets a target to have carbon neutrality by 2050 and reduce emissions by 55% by 2030. This is quite an ambitious target, and in order to achieve it, you have to transform into new models, like this model in the shipping industry. You have to transform into green and circular production models in all kinds of industries. All enterprises have to do that, because if they don't do it, first of all, they will have a competitive disadvantage, so they have to do it. And this is also associated not only with environmental benefits for the company and for the society as a whole, but also it is associated with profits. You will not do that, you will not go into these necessary investments if this is not also a profitable business, and you can find many such cases if in your way into circularity. There is a second legislative piece in the EU, which is the Circular Economy Action Plan. According to this, there are certain targets that you have to fulfill in order to get into this circular economy model, which means that we have to satisfy our consumer needs with, by having all the products we need, and even more because consuming grows. But on the other hand, we have to have these products by less resources and also by using less energy. And so this is a very big challenge. And how is this possible? This is possible through technology, through innovation, like the case that has been presented. And here, R&D, research and development, goes on. The EU faces this challenge, the challenge to bring together R&D with the industry. Because only through technological innovations is it possible to create more products by using less resources and energy. The second challenge that we face within circular economy is to head into what we call zero waste society. The challenge is to use waste as raw material and energy. And this is again possible by using new technologies, innovative technologies, by going into recyclable new products, by getting into what we call eco-design. This was also a typical case of eco-design, these turbines, wind turbines, because you have to design the product from scratch in such a way so that in the end of its life cycle, we already know what to do with this. So, for example, car manufacturing. Cars have to be designed in such a way so at the end of their life cycle, everything, all the parts, and we are talking about thousands of parts, all these parts have to be recycled, reused, and everybody has to know exactly what it will do so that nothing will become waste. You know that the EU has the target of eliminating waste that goes into landfills by 90% by 2030. And you know there are countries like Germany, for example, that have already closed down landfills. So there is already success there, but there is a long way to go. If we take Greece as a case study, here we have a problem with recycling rates. We are still at 20% recycling, whereas the target is 65% of the EU. So this, and by 2030, let's say 2035, even though this is not possible. It is very difficult to do it. You have to change also, it's not only sustainable production, but also sustainable consumption. So it depends on us, on the citizens, on all of us, what we'll do in order to change our consumer habits and prefer products that are green, that are sustainable, and that are recyclable, but also our habits towards when we have waste in our households, we have to have separate sorting at different bins and all this, separate organic handling, organic waste handling, which is 45% of our waste. So all this is associated with sustainable consumption. So sustainable production is one pillar. Sustainable consumption is the second pillar. Sustainable waste management, where we create value by using waste. These are the three most important points that we have to take care of in order to achieve what we call circular economy society and a new prototype.
Okay, thank you for that, again, very comprehensive, very brief outline. We don't have time for questions, I'm afraid, but I think you have, between the two of you, there's this tension, I think, that we've sensed in our event this year and generally in the world of sustainability at the moment between, are we going backwards? Are we going forwards? Are we going forwards as fast as we need to? And I think you've given us the sense that we aren't going backwards. Perhaps we're not going forwards as fast as we need to, but we are going forwards and we know what to do, which is encouraging and somewhat comforting as well. So please join me in thanking what's been an excellent panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand over to Andreas for the next session. Before I do, we'll have our family portrait to add to your albums at home. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Play. Oops. Oops. Thank you, Andreas.
Thank you, Alistair. So now we have the topic of green islands on the front line of sustainability. I want to call to the floor Maria Kamaliferi, Δήμαρχος Τύλου, Νίκος Κομινέας, Δήμαρχος Αστυπάλαιας, Γιώργος Πεχλιβανόγλου, Γενικός Διευθυντής Όμιλος Eunice Energy και Marnie McGregor, Πρόεδρος Διοικητικού Συμβουλίου Οικογένεια. And last but not least, but she's going to be slightly late, which is Δέσποινα Παλιαουρούτα, Γενική Γραμματέας Ενέργειας και Ορυκτών Πρώτων Υλών, Κυβέρνηση της Ελλάδος. Please take your seats. So shortly we'll have also Mrs. Παλιαρούτα. Τι κάνετε καλά?
Καλά. Γεια σας και πάλι. Γεια σας.
Λοιπόν, τα νησιά τα έχουμε...
So, we love our islands for many, many reasons. Today we will try to highlight the reasons why we should love them even more in order to make them greener. Islands stand at the front line of sustainability. Small communities that have become laboratories of innovation and growth for our country. Transition is not a theory in our case, it's a daily practice. It has to do with transport, employment, the quality of life itself. The major challenge, and this is what we will discuss today, has to do with how we can link innovation, civil society, and smart policy so that the green islands are not are not just green islands for eternity, but become something more than that, some hubs of innovation. So microgrids evolve. What are the most important changes in terms of technologies, energy, storage, and grid developments that led to this situation? I'd like to thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be here amongst you in order to discuss this really meaningful things that I think that these developments will expedite growth in our islands. Over the past 10 years, there have been many efforts in order to establish this new technology, which matured very quickly. The costs have dropped significantly in order to build and deploy microgrids in the islands and beyond them. What is left to do is to modernize the regulatory and legislative framework so that islands can become truly autonomous, autonomous in terms of their energy consumption, production, and therefore transports, commuting, etc., etc. I think technology has given us the solution already. What we have to do is speed up the regulatory intervention so that these islands can take the issue of energy generation in their hands, and as a result of that, materialize the plans which are so affordable, and of course they are amazing investments. Mrs. Kama, Tilos has been one of the first islands enjoying energy independence. What have been the biggest challenges and the most important learnings learned? The biggest challenge was not to convince our people, our residents, or to find the right technology to use. The major challenge had to do with bureaucracy and to convince people that a small island with very few resources, human resources in our case, is able to stand on its feet in energy terms, because that's what we are doing right now. We are totally, we can stand on our feet. The problem was that there was no regulatory framework for this project to be materialized. As you know, Tilos took on a very big project without having the regulatory framework in place. So we first got the project assigned, and then the Greek Parliament rushed in to pass the law. So we had to be the trailblazers. The biggest learning, I think it was that change does not occur as a result of new technologies, new pieces of machinery, etc. No, it is the outcome of the efforts made by the communities, by the people. It is the outcome of their belief to a common vision that everything is possible. This is, since Tilos did it, everyone can do it. And I'm not just talking now about energy, I'm talking about waste. And this is the biggest project of all. Thank you. Congratulations, because we have all been talking about the importance of having people's engagement in embracing renewables, and to a great extent we see we have many obstacles to overcome instead of opportunities to tap in. So this is very important. We will come back to that. Mrs. Pagliaruta, thank you very, very much for making it, for being here with us. Today commuting was not easy, as far as I can tell. So how do the Green Island programs plug in the overall national energy strategy, and what are the roles, what is the role played by these programs in the country's energy sufficiency and independency? Firstly, I'd like to apologize for the slight delay. There was a car accident and it took us 90 minutes to come from the ministry. So I'm really glad to be a panelist in this panel with people who are so knowledgeable about that. And of course, we have mayors who are worthy of praise for the initiatives they have taken and for their collaboration with the private sector and the government, which led to specific projects, specific green actions. with a big impact on their homeland. Greece is an insular country. For the Greek government, the sustainable development and growth of our islands is a major priority, and of course the same goes for the upgrade of the quality of life of our residents. And that's not something to be approached in a fragmented manner. No, it has to be integrated in a comprehensive strategy supporting local communities, islands and local infrastructure so that we can achieve energy sufficiency, social cohesion and growth. So yes, it is a part of the overall strategy, national strategy, and green transition in our islands plays a very critical role. In this context, let me say that we have already secured important funds to be used directly or not for such projects to be materialized from 2026 until 2032 for the energy transition of our islands. We have three funds. The Island Decarbonization Fund, which will exclusively support these projects worth 1.8 billion euros. We have the Modernization Fund and the Social Climatic Fund. The total budget will be no less than 8 billion euros. This money will be used for energy transition related initiatives for our islands. What are these projects we're talking about? So we're talking about electrical interconnections, renewable projects, including storage capabilities, desalination projects, charging stations, multi-purpose devices, and also we have the floating offshore wind parks, etc., etc. So what we can surely say is that also in the context of the Greco Island initiatives, we have seen amazing implementations implementations of this transition that act as pilot projects for the rest of our country, for the rest of the islands and the rest of the mainland. Let me highlight some specific projects because we have the mayors here and they are the most properly let's say located ones in order to tell us more about that. So let me start with Tilos. The island is almost energy sufficient by more than 80% because they use renewables for the power generation. You mentioned before the trailblazing zero waste initiative. That's another project. Second, we have Astypalea. In the context of PPPs, public and private partnerships, Astypalea turned into a smart mobility island using renewables, energy storage, and extensive use of digital means. And we have two more cases. The island of Chalki. For the very first time, we have the model of energy community established in Chalki. The very residents of the island became net clean energy producers themselves. And last but not least, the island of Aistratis. There one can find the first autonomous electric grid, allowing the island to cover more than 80% of its power needs. And we have a hybrid system there. Renewables together with storage and teleheating system. So all this energy is used in full. And in order to to rest my case, I would like to say that President of the Commission, von der Leyen, in September 2025 in the State of the Union report, mentioned the islands of Chalki and Aistratis. And I quote what the report included. These islands have become models of climate autonomy and independency. They took the leap and laid the foundation for a fossil fuel-free future. So as you understand, these projects are part of our national strategy. Greece has proven that we can innovate. The example set by these islands is recognized as a global best practice and helps in achieving the net zero goal by 2050, and at the same time strengthens our effort to turn Greece into an energy hub of southeastern Mediterranean. Thank you very, very much. Very promising actions, initiatives. Please, I don't know if you were here when Mayor Tilos mentioned that one of the main obstacles to overcome has been bureaucracy, so most likely we'll come back to that. I was just entering the premises And I heard about the lack of regulatory framework. Yes, I heard that. Great. So we will come back to that. Now, let me ask now Mayor Kamineas. Do you share the same concerns? Because Astypalea is the paradigm of sustainable mobility. How did you earn the trust and the support of your local residents? We earned their trust because we were next to them. Whatever we did it with our inhabitants, the inhabitants of the island. First, we hosted an ecological conference on circular and economy of solidarity, new means of mobility. The day after, we would all meet together, all the residents of the island, discussing about the discussions that have taken place the day before. Experts, university professors, ecologists, and others. As a result of this process, we had the Astypalea project. It's a multi-part project. We have the Greek government, the municipality of Astypalea, and Volkswagen, together with the region of South Aegean. The project has to do with the introduction of EVs and the overall use of electricity. That's why the Greek state and the company supported in full this initiative. We established a network of shuttle buses owned by the municipality. You can call or book the bus through your mobile phone, and we have a car sharing or carpooling platform, which also includes bicycles. Of course, we faced problems, as Maria said, throughout this process. The most important thing had to do with the power generation which we, the municipality of Astypalea, had to produce in order to charge the cars and the bicycles. It was a gargantuan deed against bureaucracy, mainly because there was no energy space. We are not allowed to become energy producers, and that's an institutional issue. That's something that has to be resolved. And currently, we are about to build a new hybrid power plant using photovoltaics with batteries for energy storage. It's a huge project because Astypalea, it's an island that is currently off the grid and will remain off the grid. So hopefully this project will be completed by late next year in order to cover 50% of the energy needs of our island. Especially during peak hours, 50% of the requirements will be covered by means of this project. And we have a supplementary project for a new generator. And there has to be, and if someone wants to intervene in an island, be it the municipality or the state, the project or the initiative taken has to be commensurate to the size of the island. That's very important. You have to be proportionate, and in order to do that, you have to have the community, the civil society next to you, because it is important for them to understand what's the vision you have for your place, for a vision for a sustainable growth. So I think proportionality and doing things that are commensurate with the size of the island are very important, and this is important in order to have the civil society next to you, and so that the society feels satisfied that yes, we're part of this project and we take something out of that. Let me highlight another gap, another point of weakness when it comes to the fruits of these efforts for the local community. There is a gap here, there's a deficit, and of course the Greek state has to take care of that. A couple of things about the reactions by our inhabitants. At the beginning, yes, there was some reaction. The owners of gas stations, bus drivers, taxi drivers. But when they came to realize that this project will allow our island to attract more visitors who will leave more money to the island, because visitors will want, because people want to visit such islands. Great part of our population is quite sensitive vis-a-vis these initiatives. So when we did that, these reactions were mitigated. And I'll give you a telling example. A taxi driver at the end of the first stage of the project, who used to be a main rival of mine, she said, Mayor, you saved me. I had to pay 100 euros for petrol every week. Now I pay 15 euros in order to recharge my EV taxi. That was quite promising. That's why we always say that people's engagement lies at the heart of sustainability. Of course, we do not apply that in full in practice, and that's really important, the way you launched the debate at the beginning of the whole process. Please tell us once again whether this debate, this dialogue with the civil society went on, and what were this play between the profits and the debate. Now, I'd like to move.
Of local communities that local communities can make to ensure Green Island projects are inclusive and lasting. So this is also related to the previous discussion you just heard.
Kalimera σας. Συγγνώμη για το αγγλικά μου. I have to speak in English. I'm practicing my Greek. But thank you for the discussion. I think we heard today what a model these islands are, and we've heard many of the key components already in terms of the integration of society and civil society, residents, businesses, and how important that is from the very beginning in order to have success. We also heard on the previous panel, I think, about the buy-in in terms of the opportunities either for cost savings, convenience. How do they, build this into your daily life in terms of making it easier for you ultimately? Οικογένεια, which I'm on the chair of the board, is a first Greek climate corps, and it's employing not just volunteers, but employing Greek youth between 18 and 30 years old. And we heard from the Tilos mayor about the human capacity challenges that municipalities have. So Οικογένεια, we've been working on Crete, which is, yes, a bigger island, but that has been a pivotal partnership in terms of employing youth to provide that human capital and provide the municipalities some opportunities to advance. So we think it's this perfect example of kind of a partnership with civil society. Youth are contributing directly to these projects, and I think I can explain a little bit more later about some of the Mount Olympus work we're doing as well. But that buy-in, I think, is really, the youth are built into the community sees the benefits of these activities, and I think that's what you've heard already, is when you see the benefits of the activity, even if it takes a little bit of time, maybe at the beginning there's some resistance, and many people are resistant to change, but that integration is the key element. And the last thing I'll say is, we heard it also from the Secretary General, where cities and local communities need to be connected to the national policies and regulatory framework. Otherwise, cities are sort of the front line of all of these things, and if that's not supported by the regulatory framework and funding, that's sort of doomed to fail in that sense.
Okay, sorry, thank you very much for that. And Maria Kama Aliferi, πέρα από την
Mrs. Maria Kama Aliferi, beyond energy, how green transition has changed the social tissue of the island? Well, it has brought change for citizens. They became more conscientious about climate, more careful with consumption, waste production, and that brought a revolution in waste management, zero waste. As innovation also was brought in sustainable tourism. People now, or people are involved in tourism, try to do actions that aim at people that love protecting climate, so they proceed with actions that include environmental footprint on the island, how we can link to nature, observe nature, etc. So they promote these aspects more than in the past. Well, the revolution in waste management was difficult. to achieve. It was very difficult to be able to take the risk substantially to stop a procedure which is the norm everywhere to close landfills because landfills is a modus operandi in our country, and make it something else. So we had something which was legal, and we wanted to do something that had never been tried before. So we took the decision, we made it, we informed the citizens, we communicated with them. We had our ups and downs. The advantage was that we are a small society, so we can talk to people directly. What bothered us was that on our island and other islands, there is an imbalance between the local population that will have to have this burden, and the tourists that come for a few days. Well, we decided to proceed, and we have never regretted it. We are very proud about what we have achieved. A project everybody talks about all over the world. We are the only zero waste island globally, until today at least. So we have closed the landfill. Well, the energy, okay, we haven't advanced that much, even though we have been one of the green islands of Europe in the energy sector. What do you mean? Well, we created the first hybrid station in Europe. We got 4 European awards. The European Commission gave us the name of the first green island in the Mediterranean. We are covered by 80% by RES. No other island has more RES. Istratis is 1/4 of your island, so don't worry. You are okay with 80%. Istratis is a bit higher, but it's smaller. So I'm glad that somebody else, some other islands are moving forward. The model of Tilos, which is called Project Tilos, will be transferred to other islands. But we haven't moved forward from 80%. And something else that Mr. Aravosis said, you talked about green and circular production models. We, Mr. Aravosis, we created green and productive islands, and we created those islands not with a lot and hard work, but with care and love for our islands, because we love our islands. Citizens that live on these islands, despite difficulties, remain there, stay there, because they love the islands, their homelands. So keep that in mind. No mayor, no politician, but we are not politicians as mayors, are there for a career. We are there because we love our islands. So what is at stake right now? Unless you stop her, she will just talk more than the rest of us. Well, I speak less than Mr. Komineas. So, from now on, what is at stake? Self-sufficiency at a greater level, local production. We are done. There is no local production on the islands. This is pity. No economy, no society is healthy unless we produce something on our own. That is an issue. The other issue is water. Thank God my island is lucky. We have water. And the third issue is to proceed with circular economy at all levels. So thank you very much. Hope I didn't tire you. No, you didn't tire me at all. Mrs. Pagliaruta, I wanted to ask you, besides wanting to ask to answer about the bureaucracy, what are the critical incentives that need to be introduced to have that development on other islands? Multi-level cooperation is of paramount importance. The cooperation of the state, the local society, and the private sector is important. So via this cooperation and creative dialogue and the new ideas, we can achieve to have an optimum result. Close cooperation with local governments and private sector brings substantial results. Taking advantage of the resources is also important. The money we have is short, but the needs are endless. So we need to take advantage of this amount of money in specific and creative manners. What actually worked was the initiation of energy communities. So we gave incentives to people to be creators of energy. So these projects were embraced by the citizens. We also gave tax incentives and investment incentives. So these islands need money if they want to reform. And of course, we need to simplify procedures, cut down on red tape. This very moment in the ministry, we try to promote a digital platform to decrease red tape, becoming thus more effective in issuing licenses for everyone. There is an overall plan, and these are specific policies, tools, and incentives that can enhance more green transition of the islands. Thank you very much. You were very clear about the tools and what you are willing to do further to cut down on red tape. Mr. Pechlianoglou, changing the topic, how off-grid systems can benefit societies and defense industry with regard to cost and security. I'm not elected or a politician, so I can describe reality. To what the mayor of Tilos mentioned earlier, and she's right, we cannot we cannot move forward without evolving. So, though connected or non-connected islands, we have a big problem. Whatever a person wants to do there needs to follow the orders of the operator, grid operator. Obsolete systems created back in the 1950s, systems that do not follow technological evolutions. So this is an impediment. In connected systems like in Tilos, if we have a blackout because in Nisiros there is a problem, energy is lost in Tilos. But Tilos can bring electricity to the island, but it is not allowed. It is not happening until now because the procedures of the network operation, grid operation, did not allow these systems to operate. Seeing these impediments and seeing the war in Ukraine, we saw the following. The war in Ukraine showed the failure of central systems. When substations were bombarded, the network was lost. So we need to be able to work in a framework of grids, but autonomously as well. So we say that energy autonomy can reach a huge granularity. So each island can be autonomous even though part of a grid. Each house can be autonomous even though part of a grid. So to achieve a high degree of resilience, which is important during wars, conventional or climate wars like floods, etc., or fires. For example, if we have a fire, the grid is down, the generators cannot work to put out the fire. So the solution is to create off-grid systems. This very moment we have implemented a project in Pharmakonisi in cooperation with the Greek army. The Greek army owns an island which is 100% green, has 100% energy from RES, and 100% of the desalination of water comes from RES because they didn't have to follow regulatory restrictions that make the life of non-military islands difficult. This is a good example showing that using modern technology and seeing how defense industry works, it's nice to learn these things and implement them in civil world. All islands should adopt these off-grid technologies, allowing citizens to have energy security. Energy security is not important just to have energy to cook. It is linked to telecommunications, support of life, and all other actions. So we are multiple consumers of energy. For us, the proposal is to adopt off-grid technology like the army does. That can be part of our homes today. In other words, in Africa and in India, we have these off-grid systems prevailing. Is this a simple procedure or not? It's not a technical problem. It is a question of decision. There are some questions of power, who controls whom, but it is just a question of decision making. For example, us, Africa, became a pioneer in certain aspects, leaving us behind. I think that we can catch up. Mr. Komineas, what is the next step for Astipalea? consumes yearly 1.5 million plastic bottles of water. Imagine what is happening to the rest of Greece or the rest of the world. So we want to have potable water for the citizens so they can use the tap water to drink without consuming bottled water. So I love using potable water in our taps. We have just started a study of how to reuse wastewater for watering our fields. And I think that desalination of water should stop because maintenance and installation of the infrastructure is very expensive. But we need, I believe, we need to create dams in order to collect water during winter and use it during the summer month. I think that Greco Islands are promoting this kind of technologies. We want also to follow the example of Tilos in zero waste. So if in the next years we have taken care of the energy problem, we have taken care of transport issues, we have taken care of waste at all levels, compost of food, etc., and recycling, we have taken care of water and the operation of waste management and liquid waste management, we will have conveyed a message of what means to live in a sustainable area. Our islands can become role models showing that if we follow these practices, not only islands, but the whole planet can become sustainable. For all those things, what we need and what all of us need to have is to love what we do. We are not elected, we are not politicians. We just love our island. So I believe that if each and every one of us loves our homes, we can try our best to make them sustainable. And I love what Kazantzakis once said. I am one that can contribute for the rest. So you two islands are role models, and hopefully others will follow your example.
Policies and what partnerships are needed to scale their impact. So we're really talking about moving to the kind of policy level and following the examples that we've heard here.
Well, that's a tough act to follow from the mayor with those powerful words, but I think what we've heard is that cities don't wait for local, national, or international agreements. They move, they pilot, they test, they work with their citizens. They're active citizens. Their mayors are in the community. They're doing it for the love of their citizens. And that's the opportunity, I think, for national governments and global agreements to connect with the local activities in order to meet those broader policies and broader climate targets that we all talk about. I think that's the activating the local communities, the local governments, the local citizens, including youth, including them in that activity. We all hear all the time about we need to do things quickly, we need to move faster, how do we scale? And including youth and citizens, as we've heard, in those solutions, that's the only way that we'll actually move quickly to achieve what we need to achieve. So we are and continue to applaud the local sort of innovation and the local models, but you hear that there's sort of these barriers that they can't reach until they need to have that linkage. The fancy term is multi-level governance. It really just means cooperation and unlocking the funding, unlocking the regulatory framework, and that's the opportunity to have it really scale to the level that we need to.
Well, thank you very much for that. I don't know how much time we have for this session. 1 minute. Do we have any? Okay, that's clear. Do we have any questions from the audience? Since we're talking about participatory, the importance of participation, here's one option that we need to advance. Υπάρχει κανείς που θέλει να θέσει ερώτημα στους...
Are there any questions for the speakers? We have one from this side, and all of you can just...
I have to say, within the minute, all this. Έχει ερώτηση από εδώ πέρα, ναι. Μικρόφωνο.
Ευχαριστώ. Καλημέρα σας.
Good morning. Thank you very, very much for this really insightful comments of yours with respect to islands. What you've done has been quite innovative. My question is the following. I work in a shipping company, and I deal with the issue of sustainability as a whole. So the question is the following, because I think that how to turn around the culture. This is the major challenge at all levels, locally, at the level of, I understand perhaps it was easy at the level of a small community like yours, but also at a corporate level, we see what you have just mentioned, that there is no recycling, for instance. There have been campaigns for many, many years. The recycling bins are out there. How can we improve that? We have no recycling bins in our island. Really? Yes. There are no recycling bins in our island. So how do we turn the culture of our citizens in order for these things to become reality within a government, within a small community? That was my question as well. I used to wonder about that. When we started that project and we started talking, how are we going to do it, etc. Our main concern was the following. How will the elderly understand that? Happily or not, happily in my case, because these elderly people are so wise, and in our islands we have lots of elderly people. So how are they to comprehend that they have to take this piece of garbage and not dispose it, or that they have to take this plastic container, clean it, and then place it in the right bin? So we had to launch many, many campaigns, many discussions, many chats. Let me tell you the following. The people we were more afraid of, this group of people, turned out to become the best ambassadors, the most staunch supporters of this project. It takes a lot of discussion, a lot of raising awareness, and especially at the beginning, you have to be on top of it. You have to believe in what you're doing. You have to have full control of it, and of course promote this interaction with the residents. We did the same thing at the homes, at the municipality level, we did it at the schools, and at the level of companies. Because you mentioned something about organic waste, and with Nikos we looked at each other. What intimidated us a lot was that last year, when we got the analytics, I have a PowerPoint to share with you, but okay, we have no time. In August last year, what was the part of organic waste that went to the landfills? I'm talking about an island with no more than 750 permanent residents. Okay, during summertime we have 4,000 people. 1 ton of garbage, organic waste. 1 ton of organic waste finally went to the circular economy waste treatment plant. We had a campaign using a very famous chef. So the moment the residents found out that there will be a very famous chef to do some kind of event at the central square, everybody came at the square, and this chef actually taught them how to use specific products, how to recycle them, how to not to dispose of the organic waste in this or that way. So it took some time. It's not easy. It's far from easy. I never said that. Even right now, when people call me from other municipalities and they ask me, how did you do it? How, Maria, did you do it? I mean, how can we do it as well? So I tell them, guys, it's not easy. But that's why we're here, for the difficult stuff, right? Not for the easy stuff. And I think it's worth the fuss. I think that's the best way to close this discussion. It takes effort, it takes hope, it takes will. That's how it should be done. Thank you very, very much.
Όλοι μαζί.
Ρομαντική, πες.
Γιατί όχι και ρομαντική.
Very interesting. I'm always fascinated by island economies in general. Greece, of course, is a fine example of a country which has to combine the management of a large mainland with myriad islands. I always find that a fascinating dynamic, and that was a really good panel. Thank you very much. We've been talking really about the decarbonisation of supply chains. That's been the underlying theme of our conference, or one of them. And at one end of the supply chain is the consumer. Without the consumer, we wouldn't need any supply chains. We wouldn't need to think about circularity or sustainability or anything of the kind. So we're going to focus now on that particular termination of the supply chain. And to do so, we have an excellent panel again. So I'll invite straight up to the stage Simone Cipriani, who is the adjunct professor at the Paris Institute of Political Studies and Dean of the Milano Fashion Institute in Italy. We have Stefanos Agiasoglou, who is the chief executive of public road transport here in Athens. Pavlos Vlachos, who is the Theodore Papalexopoulos Chair in Sustainability, Associate Dean of Research, Professor of Marketing at the Alba Graduate Business School at the American College in Greece, and Pavlina Proteou, who is the President and Chief Executive of Beyond CSR. Please come and join me. Good to see you again. Wherever you want to sit. That kiss was for me, I assume.
Nice to see you again.
Likewise. Hi, how are you? Simon, take a seat here.
Thank you.
Where we're all nice and close together.
You moderated the same panel last year as well.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay. If everybody sticks to time with your introductory thoughts, we'll have some time for questions, which will be really good, and potentially some questions from the audience. I'm sure they have them. So let's start with you, Simone. I'm a little intimidated because you're clearly such a master of fashion, and here's me in my Marks and Spencer suit. So.
Well, you are aligned with what Gen Z does today. You will speak about that. You are actually very sustainable.
I'm sustainable. That's great news and a good start to the panel. Let me hand over to you. Keep an eye on the clock and give us your thoughts, please.
Very well, yeah. We speak about consumers, we speak about sustainability. Sustainability is at the root of the big shift in the industry of fashion, which is the loss of cultural authority of this industry in the area of lifestyle. This is also because of the industry seems not to be able to fully meet the imperative of sustainability today, and consumers are very aware of that. This shift is also reinforced by the emergence of other sources of cultural authority in lifestyle along with fashion, you know, TikTokers, musicians, social media influencers, cinema, and all the rest. But this has brought about a big change in marketing consumption patterns. People spend less in fashion and more on experiences, wellness, reconnection with nature, or reconnection with people through tourism. These things may be even contradictory, but this is the general trend, and this is very visible in one demographic, which is the obsession of all marketing managers in the industry, and it's Gen Z. Gen Z, on one, you have roughly two subcultures. Gen Z, 30% of the humankind, it's big. Two subcultures in it, one which is still brand influenced, but it needs to be mediated by other sources of cultural influence, musicians, TikTokers, and so on. And the other one that has completely left. They go for vintage, they go for thrifting, they go for putting together vintage and niche design. No fashion anymore. The industry is reacting to this. The industry is reacting to this big shift in consumers, which is in consumption, which is driven by sustainability in three ways. First of all, they try to co-create content along with the new sources of cultural authority. You see musicians who become creative directors and this and that. On the other one, they have created new platforms for culture and experiences. You see boutiques at beach resorts, you see museums, you see foundations and so on. And on the other one, they try to become again value creators. But this value creation is on sustainability, and the industry is lagging behind the schedule here. It's evident with consumers and what goes on in the world of today. So the first 2 points, creation, platforms is big investment, and they have to produce new margins for the industry. The last one, value creation, sustainability, the industry to become sustainable is about changing the business model, which is based on compressing all cost of production through unsustainable practices to increase margins and cash. Will the industry be able to do it? Increase margins there, reduce costs there, and keep margins there? If you look at the stock market, and if you look at the European brands, investors are not so sure of that. That's the big challenge of the industry of today, and it's driven by sustainability. 28 seconds to the end for the others.
Excellent, well done. They owe you. Stefanos, I don't know how you got here today. I assume not on a bus. But anyway, your thoughts, please. How does the consumer and the passenger on your bus drive your thinking about innovation, about development in your sector of the business?
Θα ξεκινήσω λέγοντας το εξής.
Let me start by saying the following. Normally, whenever I have the opportunity to speak about the things we do in the public road transport to become better, I would say that in this specific panel, I'd love to say a few words, because I will tell you in a nutshell what we've done as an organization, but the important thing is that, having said that, we started seeing things from a completely different viewpoint. So far, we made an effort to build something that wasn't here for the past 20 years. We did a change. We wanted to replace our fleet. New vehicles, new technologies, from the old conventional thermal engines to EVs. And one step forward, mobility based on hydrogen, which is about to be demonstrated to the residents of Attica. Now, we have reached a very good point over the past 5-6 years. We have 860 new buses, 450 of them are electric. We have natural gas powered ones also. This is the main part of the fleet. And currently we are ready so that within the next 2 years we will fully replace the total of 1,500 buses our organization runs and operates. So we do all that in order to better serve our public. We want to offer some quality service that will allow us also to train our people, to train our passengers and contribute, because this way we will be able to avoid having the passengers who pay no ticket. That was something that became, let's say, much better after the COVID period. So we have reached the point of replacing the fleet by 80%. Okay, but that's not enough in order to serve passengers and make them and actually try and attract more passengers to the means of public transportation in order to alleviate the traffic congestion and leave their car behind. This is very, very important for reasons of sustainability, etc., etc. So we approach our passengers as customers. They don't simply need to step in a bus and make their way to their destination. No, they want to step in a beautiful bus, a comfortable bus, a bus that offers something more than simple transportation. That's one thing. For instance, we can have a bus where one can charge his or her mobile phone. One steps in a bus and there's a Wi-Fi connection there, so they can communicate, or maybe in the metro lines, they can get 5G connections while being in the tunnels, right? We should also enable our passengers in the buses or in the metro lines to get info by scanning a QR code, information needed to do their own things. We should also allow specific passengers, by means of specific buses, the way we do now for people with mobility issues, we can offer a specific service to some of them. For instance, maybe some of them want to type stuff on their PC while commuting. We have to offer these things. And we're thinking of these things so we can offer not just a better product, but a better service.
Thank you. What is it too early yet to measure the response of passengers to the developments that you've brought in? Are you seeing any shift from cars to public transport?
Yes, it's too early indeed. All these things take place as we speak. We have to wait some time. I believe that in 12 months' time, 1.5 years, we're going to have the first metrics to show the response and reply to you.
At this conference next year, we can put you on the spot.
Exactly.
And get some figures. Okay, I hope you come prepared.
Thank you.
Pavlina, I'm going to jump across you. I'm not being rude. It's just that in the agenda, that's the order, and I know to stick to the agenda.
We have the same name, more or less.
Exactly.
I know, more or less.
Pavlos, yeah.
Pavlos and Pavlina, it's like...
Virtually interchangeable, like characters from a Disney film. Pavlos, your thoughts, please.
Yeah, commonly in my speeches here at The Economist, and thank you again for inviting me, I'm kind of pessimistic, especially regarding consumer behavior. And well, my contribution today, let's call it as such, is the hidden bias in how people evaluate corporate social responsibility, ESG, and all these excellent initiatives that most of us here today try to run and implement. So the idea in Greek is υποσυνείδητη και σιωπηρή προκατάληψη.
Hidden bias vis-a-vis CSR.
Self-promotion here. I was lucky enough to be invited to present this work at Oxford's Said Center for Corporate Reputation, an important gathering of people. And this work received some very positive feedback. So I'm giving you some idea of where research is going in the broader term of social evaluations. Because this is what we do. We evaluate these practices. So to the point, because I don't have time, we all say that we support CSR. 7% of consumers claim they prefer responsible firm and responsible practices, but they do not deliver. So our research with colleagues from IE Spain, Montpellier, France, Concordia, Canada, reveals this hidden challenge. That is, consumers unconsciously distrust CSR. This is how we call it. We call it implicit CSR bias, a subconscious or unspoken bias against CSR. Our core argument, surveys and focus groups, Torito, don't tell the full story about CSR. They are filtered by social desire, they are inflated by social desirability bias. So in our CSR measurement toolbox, when we're evaluating all these elements in order to adopt them behaviorally, we also need to add implicit, unfiltered CSR measures. This might get to you a bit technical, but anyway, the thing is that the most widely used tool to measure those evaluations are implicit association tests. And these are used to measure implicit racial stereotypes. These are computerized reaction time experiments that reveal how strongly concepts are automatically and unconsciously are associated in memory. So across 7 studies, we find this implicit CSR bias, and that's the key contribution. People automatically, unconsciously link CSR with selfish motives, which reduces brand trust, although they might say otherwise. So in our studies, implicit and explicit were uncorrelated, statistically uncorrelated. So they appear that implicit attitudes towards CSR have a life on their own in our brain. Bottom line, CSR is subtly, I'm not sure whether I should be using this term, I got some pushback from colleagues at Oxford, subtly stigmatized, although family firms face it less because they are seen as more caring towards society. Again, these are all about stereotypes. So, concluding, your CSR might pass the logic test, let's call it as such, but might fail the gut test. Overcoming this subtle CSR stigma needs narrative, αφήγημα, and time. So what you need to do is to communicate not just the what we do, but why we do it, genuinely. So we need don't just measure only what people say, the spoken, Torito, about CSR, but also measure their reflexes about it, the unspoken, το άρρητο. Τα ελληνικά μου δυστυχώς την παιδεία που πήραμε δεν είναι τόσο καλά. So, and concluding, be humble, I keep on saying this every year, in your CSR communications. Humility, okay? That's my take.
Fantastic. Let me just very briefly follow up with you. When Pavlina's finished her interview, I have a question for you, which is, what's the shape of this? How is it changing over time? So you've picked a moment in time, you've done a measure, and you've detected this almost unspoken bias against CSR. How is that changing? Because my sense is that people need permission to express their dislike for CSR, and that permission is being granted more and more in our society.
I think that, I have some positive news about it. We find that it is improving, but we are still on the negative side. Okay, it is improving, and obviously all those corporate scandals, okay, do not really help, because again, this implicit CSR stigma is driven by the automatic negative stereotype that we have about the for-profit firm. Unfortunately, if you ask the lay people, we are not the lay people here in terms of understanding how profit leads to social welfare, people cannot express it. They don't understand how profit can lead to social welfare. So we have anti-profit beliefs, and all these anti-profit beliefs, they are automatically transferred into what we're trying to have people adopt here. But things are improving if this is.
Okay, you hold that thought. I know you want to come in here, but I want to hear from Pavlina, and then we'll come back to that theme. Pavlina.
Yeah, I will speak from experience, as I've served for more than 6 years, Vice President of New Consumers Institute. At the time that we had more than 10 or up to 10 to 15,000 active members. So taking the lead from you, Pavlos, regarding CSR. Banking institutions and telecoms are very proud for their CSR policies, yet most of the complaints would target banking institutions and telecoms for breaking antitrust laws. So we have to be pragmatic. So sometimes consumers are ahead of corporations. We're talking about conscious consumer, but we have to be really conscious regarding corporations. CSR often is regarded as greenwashing, but we have to be honest. It is for a reason.
You think there is an element of greenwashing in the operation?
Speaking from experience, most of the complaints would be filed against banking institutions and telecoms.
True.
Right.
So we have to walk the talk of sustainability instead of preaching for our CSR policies, which is great, and ESG commitments, but reality is a crash test.
So how do you go about addressing? I mean, you've given a sense of direction for companies when they're planning their CSR communication. Do you think there's something that companies need to do beyond the sort of more cautious approach that Pavlos has suggested?
I would totally agree on being more humble regarding preaching the accomplishments. Reality is the one that preaches in itself your accomplishments and achievements. And still, because I'm still close to the consumer, let's say, activities in institutions, though they're not they're not as active as they used to be. I see the complaints. Still, we have the same path. So being more humble and more pragmatic on what you have or you have not achieved. Still, the leaders in complaints are banking institutions and telecom companies, major industries.
Right.
Huge. This is massive. And adopt a pragmatic approach towards the citizens, because the consumer is a citizen at the same time. So we address a citizen.
See, my puzzle with all of this is that on the one hand, companies, driven by profit, and you've explained very well the connection between profit and social welfare, which is important. But companies respond to pressure from their consumers, and if they can get away with it, they respond at a minimal level, the least disruptive level to their profitability and to their operations. Continue doing exactly what they did before, but make it look as if they're meeting the requirements of or the preferences of their consumers. If consumers push hard enough, then things really do change. So the responsibility comes back to consumers. But my issue, I guess, is how do consumers inform themselves about what is actually happening, what banks are really doing. So consumers may get an impression, fashion producers may give consumers the impression that they're taking CSR seriously, or they may give the impression that they're not. How do consumers get an accurate idea of who is greenwashing them and who is providing them with genuine solutions to sustainability problems? That's really a question for all of you, but let's come back to you because you've been nodding a lot.
I've been nodding because I'm very passionate about this, and I agree with you. I like to speak about corporate sustainability more than CSR, because the contribution of a company to the general sustainability of the planet, and when you need some metrics, I speak about ESG. Corporate sustainability, ESG, when you have to measure it, when you have to find performance indicators. How can consumers be sure? Consumers are running away from the fashion industry because of that. It's true, they see greenwashing, social washing, and all the rest, but the system is there. And I disagree only on one point. We do not have to be humbler on communicating sustainability. We have to be true, and we have to follow the European legislation. Today, there is the most advanced legislation in the world, which is the European one. The Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive is very clear, and it brings together profit and sustainability because you have to report according to the double materiality, financial and impact materiality. You have to measure the percentage of your revenue that comes from sustainable activities, CAPEX, OPEX, and everything. And there is one point which is at the foundation of the Corporate Sustainability Report, which is due diligence. You've got to do due diligence in the bloody supply chain from the beginning to the end. Why is the industry running away from sustainability? Because they do not do due diligence. They do audits. Audit, you get one facility here, one facility there, you audit there, everything is fine, that's gone. Due diligence, it means that all the connection, all the supply chain, and you give to the affected parties the possibility to express their grievances. That's why they do not want to do it. And that's why today there's a big lobby in Europe to dilute the impact of the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive and of the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, the regulation omnibus. That's the same phrase, they say omnibus, but it's Latin, omnibus. The omnibus regulation is about that, is about diluting that, but this is the only way to be true to what we are and to express sustainability, and it's the only way to be leaders in the world. Otherwise, we follow the blonde guy and all those who say that sustainability is a hype, is fake, and so on, and it doesn't matter. Oh, yes, it's tough to implement all this. It means investment and all the rest. But I think it's better to invest in this than having Stanley Tucci and Meryl Streep full dressed in Devil Wears Prada character at the fashion show. Isn't it so?
Do we agree with that? I think we probably do.
I'm passionate.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I hesitate to say it, but you're Italian. We sort of...
No, it's true.
We love the passion.
It's true.
We love it.
We sort of expect it. But it does bring us to an interesting point, which I think has floated around in the conversation so far, that I'm keen to get at, which is we thought that social consciousness, social responsibility, and that connection between companies and their consumers was heading in one direction. Slowly, but it was moving in a particular direction. It seems the blonde guy, as you put it, is one exponent of a counter-argument that is gaining strength. So where are we overall in popular attitudes to CSR? I mean, the very letters DEI, for example, in America, have become a swear word. The label woke has become a swear word. So are we moving backwards? And are we? You've put forward a defence of the European approach to this, but you've pointed out that European approach is itself under threat from within. So are we moving backwards here? Pavlina, what do you think?
I don't believe we're moving backwards. However, I'm not that optimistic for one reason. I totally agree about CSRD and Omnibus. However, Europe loves regulation, but in such a complicated manner that it's hard to implement. We have to keep it simple in a business manner so it could be implemented by the corporations and then easily understood and from the consumers. Because the consumer would continue to be suspicious about social washing, greenwashing, let's say the apparel industry. They come with the best reports, but then again, we have child labor, you have violation of all sorts of labor rules. So we need to keep it simple rather than complicated regulations that at the end of the day, they're hard to implement. In paper, yeah, okay, but again, I'm very much about the pragmatic approach and what can can or cannot be done.
Okay, I suspect you'll have a lot of sympathy in the room just in the general principle of simplicity in regulation. It's one of the things you hear most from businesses. Pavlos, your thoughts on the direction of travel? Are we progressing? Are we regressing?
I think that we are progressing. The thing is that in politics, you know, you discussed omnibus and the like. The thing is that reporting is not communication per se. So again, my take is that we need to be really careful when we're discussing all those kinds, when we're trying to communicate to consumers what we do, because these again are automatically seen as, you know, they're trying to make some profit out of it. Do they really care and the like? One out of four might be really interested in all these things. Bottom line is that companies should try. There is an excellent framework, very quickly, published in the Journal of Marketing in 2019, if I recall, called SHIFT, S-H-I-F-T. There was a question earlier about how we change the culture and the like. So these 5 elements is S, social norms. We need to communicate to consumers what others are doing, and I'm starting with this because it's important. These are the so-called meta perceptions, what we think others think, and our behavior depends heavily on what others are doing. Second, H is habit. We need to make it habit. We need to make it a habit. We need to incentivize people in doing it. I is consumers will always ask, what's in it for me, the individual. F is you cannot convince anyone only with reason. You need feelings. You know, this passion in your talk earlier, this convinces people, by the way. And T, make it tangible. Here, now, what's in it for me, and so feelings, and so on and so forth. It's a pretty common playbook. I'm optimistic, but again, we are facing, you know, this suspicion from consumers, and this suspiciousness. We are running the ESG barometer. We are working with UNICEF and CSRLS with children on how they see corporate performance in terms of children's rights. We will soon report the results. You cannot imagine the suspicion and the pushback. You will lose it.
I can.
So, yeah, you can. So we need to be really careful. So communicate it, but Ben-Hur advertisements in Sunday newspapers about what we do, you need to find other channels. Have your employees communicate what you do. Yeah, find other sources. Yeah, that's my take.
Okay, that's excellent. I mean, it does get to the sort of grain of this, which is we have this overall sense of the way things should work and the way the world should progress towards sustainability, and it's very easy to divorce that from what people actually demonstrate through their behaviour, and to make all kinds of assumptions that turn out to be wrong. Stefanos, I wanted to bring you back in. You make decisions about investment in hardware, you know, vehicles, and these are long-term decisions. These aren't things that you can just shift on a whim. How do you go about, first of all, assessing for yourself and your organisation what public preferences are, and how do you go about affecting those preferences from your side of the equation?
I will switch to English for the sake of the conversation, so we can understand each other better when we talk. It is true that we were a company that didn't have any investment at all for the last 20 years, and therefore all we cared about previously was just to do something to say that we existed. In the last 6 years, we've changed all that. We talked with the government, we got the necessary finance that it was absolutely necessary to go forward, to renovate our fleet, change the technology that we are running it with. Because what we've seen was that the passengers, our clients, our consumers, are looking for a better way forward in terms of commuting. And therefore, we needed to find a way to provide them with a totally different concept of how public transport works. So we thought, invest heavily in new vehicles and new technology vehicles, and even try to run into the future for the new kind of vehicles like hydrogen and things like that, to be at the edge of the technology and trying to take advantage of the European financing and the government financing. And we did all that because we are now seeing, after about 2 years now of running the new fleet, at least part of the new fleet, is that the people understand what we're trying to do. There are more coming in to the public transport. Obviously, in your previous question, the statistics are not yet enough to tell us exactly how this is going, but at the same time, we are an organization that used to do nothing at all, and now we are sensitive to sustainability. We are looking our OPEX and our CAPEX according to those lines, and we are very sensitive to what our consumers, our clients, want from us, and trying, in the time now that we have the opportunity to invest, to accommodate their needs. And that's, to me, is the most progressive thing that the public transport company has done over the last 20, 25 years.
Excellent. Very briefly, I'd like to bring you back again to the point that was being made previously about how you communicate your, let's say, green credentials back to your consumers. You're on the sort of other side, as it were, of the corporate fence, and you have to make these decisions about how you communicate with your market. How do you judge the difference between making sure you're not greenwashing, but making sure you're blowing your trumpet and making people aware of what you're doing on the sustainability?
Well, we use our vehicles. Our vehicles, apart from being what they are, they're painted like that, so the people can understand what exactly they're doing. And it is the best way to communicate with them what these vehicles are doing.
Yeah, it's subtle but effective.
And one more thing that we are trying to do now is educate our own people, 5,500 people we have, educate them in order to be able to use mouth-to-mouth communication with the people that they are carrying.
That's the way to go. That's the way to go.
Excellent. Well, that's a very pleasing note of unanimity. I promised to give you an opportunity to ask a question. I'm going to do that now. If anybody has a question, either stemming from the conversation we've had or your own point, something you'd like to raise and put to the panel, now is your moment. I'm not seeing any. There is a hand up over there. So if we get the mic over to the gentleman. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nicholas Markatos, congratulations to all the speakers. Because I am a man who likes public transport, I try to get the bus, yet the bus is delayed by 40 minutes. Now, this is more important for me as a passenger than being electric. Congratulations for doing all this renovation, of course, and it is really admirable, and I mean it. But what are you going to do with the scheduling? Because this year, the traffic is worse than ever. And as I am the one who was responsible for having the bus lane in 1995, etc., I feel very sorry that we don't manage as yet to have really buses running on time. Thank you very much.
This is a sustainability question. It's definitely for you.
Of course.
Perhaps you could be brief.
Mr. Markatos, I know him, and yes, spot on. There are two reasons why scheduling isn't what we need it to be, and this is one of our main goals, is exactly that. Not only to offer a better product, I mean quality bus or whatever, but also to be on time. It's important. There are two reasons for that. One is the global general problem of finding drivers. It's amazing. There are no professional drivers, not in Greece, not in Europe, but globally.
Wow.
We are trying to do innovative things, in order to create a better way of getting drivers. For example, for the first time, after I don't know how many years, in Greece, we decided the public transport itself to be, instead of looking out to employ a professional driver from the market, to create professional drivers. So we're going to teach them how to drive buses ourselves. So we changed the legislation in order to do that. That's the first thing we're trying to do. Because more drivers, better scheduling. The second big problem that we face in Athens is the bus lanes. The bus lanes are terrible. Nobody respects the bus lanes. If people start to respect the bus lanes, then the scheduling, half of it at least, will be on time. And we are doing something about that using the new technology. In the new regulation for driving, we are allowed now to have cameras, AI cameras on board our vehicles. And therefore, by doing that, we will spot on in front of us who is there and shouldn't be there or doing something that it shouldn't do, and report him to the necessary authority to act on it.
I see a lot of people out there taking notes. Clearly,
so this is already working in a pilot project, and in the next few months, almost all our buses will have cameras on board. So beware.
Yeah, you have been warned. And by the way, if there's anybody out there who wants a career change, they're looking for
bus drivers.
So,
thank you very much.
So there's one for you. Any other questions from our audience? Anybody have anything that they want to put to the panel? I don't think so. So there is a
lady.
Second question of the day for you. There's a mic coming. Just give it a second and it'll be with you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask about the lessons learned during the pandemic, when evidently the people turned away from public transport because it was also for health reasons. And we kept seeing photos of people, crumbled in the buses. And what are we doing to get the people back, to make the public transport attractive again? Besides having efficient and energy-efficient means.
I'm going to broaden this out a bit. I'll give you the last word on this. But I want to ask generally just a 30-second reflection on the impact of COVID, which we've all conveniently forgotten all about. So remind us and how things changed as a result of it. Starting off with you, Pavlos.
Well, at least personally, and as far as I know for many people, the impact of COVID was that I started cycling a lot. And I really believe that we haven't discussed cycling. We don't discuss cycling. I'm an avid cyclist. I have my Brompton over there. So I should have it with me. So we don't discuss cycling here in the country, unfortunately. So I am, every morning I really kiss my wife. I don't know whether I will get back to home. I'm commuting. Thank you for the cameras. This is so important. So the impact of the COVID was definitely that some people started realizing that there is an equipment out there that really beats climate change, and it's one of the most incredible human inventions, and that's the bicycle. We need to start using the bicycle. Well, anyway, I just want to say that.
It relies on another great human invention, the legs.
I know they're trying a lot. They're trying a lot to do that.
Pavlina, 30 seconds.
I started recycling more. But we didn't speak at all about circularity in this panel, which is it's a game changer, sustainability. So I've started recycling and also studying about what we do when we recycle, what happens next, which is one of the problems. The audience, the citizens, consumers do not know, so hence they do not recycle as much as they should. So I started recycling a lot more. Living in a small island, I commute to Athens. I saw a lot more people recycling, but they all wonder what happens next.
Okay. We've got cycling, we've got recycling.
It gave the luxury fashion industry an incredible rebound on the spot because people thought, the shoppers of luxury, consumers of luxury, hey, we are back into business, we get again, the value of shares, of stocks, of carrying of Vuitton. At a certain moment, Bernard Arnault was the richest man on earth, even more than Jeff Bezos and so on, and then it collapsed again. It collapsed again, it was ephemeral, and we went back to where we were going, a different kind of shopping, more attention to wellness, to reconnection, to nature, and all the rest.
That sounds like a positive change.
Yeah.
Stefanos, address the specific
who
question.
work in the industry.
I will address the specific question and be even more general, is that the pandemic was a very, very difficult period for everybody, but especially for public transport. Not only because it made our job very difficult, but also because it educated badly the people. Yes, there were difficulties in how they were transported, but we went green. We are not just replacing our fleet. We are replacing our fleet and making it even bigger. So we used to have 1,000 buses out. Now we have 1,300 buses, and our target is on 2027 to have 1,500 buses out. Therefore, we're trying to facilitate that, but also, which is most important, we are changing the whole strategic planning of how public transport should be run in Greece, not the way it used to, but the way it's necessary in the year 2040. And this is happening now, combining buses, metro, how they'll be, cycling, electric, other vehicles, smaller, all of them working together for a better public transport.
Fantastic. I hope that answered the question. This is a very broad, very difficult area to encompass in a single conversation. We've wandered around a bit, but we've had a very interesting discussion, I think, and we've answered a couple of questions from the audience, which is definitely a bonus. But we're going to move on. Thank you very much to all four of you.
Thank you.
Please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you.
See you next year. With this, with the British gentleman on my right, and with the Greek gentleman dressed like a British gentleman.
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
The Prince of Wales. Sorry, yes.
You have to fix your...
Oh, sorry.
That's the fashion, didn't you know? I think we should all do it.
We should all go this way.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody. Okay, it is nice to get this natural break at the end of every panel where we have our photographs taken and you can all have a breather. But we're going to move on now. We're going to go deeper into the transportation theme. We were due to have the alternate Minister of Transport, Mr. Kyrianakis. Unfortunately, he can't make it today. He has a personal problem that he needs to deal with. But we are privileged to have George Yannis, who is Professor Traffic and Safety Engineering and Director at Traffic Engineering Laboratory at the School of Civil Engineering at the National Technical University of Athens. George, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Please take a seat. So that was an interesting panel, and actually a quite surprising focus on transportation that it took on. Maybe not that surprising considering who we had on the panel, but it was nice to have that the other side and to be able to look at the business of transportation in a limited sense. You're going to broaden this out for us and talk about sustainable transport as a contributor to both equity and to growth. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to give us your opening thoughts.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It's a little bit difficult situation for me because I have to talk about transportation in front of something like 10 million transportation engineers in Greece and 450,000 transportation engineers in Europe. Because transportation looks simple, still a science. And it is much more complex, and we have seen it just in the discussion earlier. Buses are linked to cycles, are linked to priority. Police has the key of bus lanes, and still the solution is parking, which is local responsibility. So it is a complex puzzle where transportation engineers, they have scientific solutions. We have seen some of them evolving in Europe. Still in Greece, we're lagging behind. I would like to provide 5 keys. Quickly, key remarks, key challenges, key governance weaknesses, key priorities, and key opportunities. In terms of key remarks, the European Union is a front runner in sustainable transport, has set clear targets, roadmaps, some budgets towards sustainable transport. We are not as fast as the US, but we are more sustainable than the US. And this is an important basis. And a lot of countries are building on this. Greece is also building on these directions. But Greece is mostly in theory, lacks in implementation. And this is related to the overall culture, I would say. It's not a minister or a driver who is responsible. It is all of them. It's the whole system that lacks sustainable mobility culture. In terms of mobility culture, we have always in mind that I have to buy buses, I have to make roads, I have to do infrastructure. In fact, management, it is much more important. Managing parking, managing traffic, managing active mobility, sometimes it's much more important than building new roads. We have seen it everywhere that new roads is not really the solutions, at least in the city. And in fact, we are talking about culture. Yes, we need education, we need sensibilization of the people, campaigns, etc. But the best campaign, the best improvement of culture starts with the example of the state, of the authorities. Local authorities, regional authorities, central authorities, they have to give the paradigm, the example. So these are key remarks. In terms of specific sustainable challenges, we have to make quickly a few main topics. We need culture by everyone. We need to redistribute public space. We have too much space for cars. And we always say that we want public transport, but we forget to say that public transport cannot evolve as far as we don't chase cars. And politicians are afraid to say this. They say we are in favor of public transport, but doing nothing, giving more parking space to cars, so more cars on the road, no space for public transport. So public transport is not standalone. It is related mainly to parking policy, which is a municipality. Then, of course, we need integrated management of both traffic and parking in relation to active mobility, give space to cyclists and pedestrians, and promotion of all the new services of mobility as a service with digital platforms and technologies, and, of course, have governance with efficient, on one hand, enforcement, and on the other hand, restrictive measures. Of course, if we give big roads, there are going to be plenty of cars, parking and speeding. No, we need narrow streets and then much less car traffic, much more pedestrian, active mobility, and public transport. The key governance weaknesses, we can state there is no a real plan, there is beautiful visions, but no roadmaps. And this is something which is characteristic in Greece, and we have to face it. We have
to work with the competency of the authorities, because the people are not fully expert in the field. They have a lot of procedures. Tendering is a disaster in Greece. We don't bring results with this type of tendering. And there is a strong resistance to change by the authorities and the people, which is also related to absence of monitoring and accountability. Without monitoring and accountability, we don't really go to convince anyone that we are working seriously, especially when we have divorce with data, and when communication is only show off and not really showing the results of our work because there is no data and evaluation. And as key priorities, we can say we have to develop plans, we have to develop roadmaps, which is missing, modernize legislation. A lot of things cannot be happen today because legislation is not foreseeing them in terms of redistribution of public space, improve the implementation efficiency, as we said, multi-annual budget lines, technology and digital governance, monitoring, accountability, and robust communication policy, which is going inside and outside the authorities, convincing people of the authorities to work and convincing the people why they have to change their mind. And finally, the last key, there are directions at EU. We have to go from theory to practice. We need significant resources. There is a lot of technology tools which make our lives easier, and we have sufficient know-how. So the challenge is, I would say, as mentioned, first goes to the authorities. So this is a quick outline of where we stand.
Thanks very much. It's a really, public transportation and mobility in cities, as you said, it's a puzzle. But it's one of these sort of classic optimization problems where you've got lots of inputs and factors, and somehow you've got to make them all coordinate in a way that results in the optimum system. Very, very few places do it, in my experience. You know, and you have the whole range of possibilities. I was in Stockholm last week. They do it, so they've got a pretty effective public transportation mobility system in Stockholm between bikes and cars and taxis and all the rest of it, and walkers. And I was in Delhi not so long ago. They don't do it. You know, they're a long, long way away from resolving that optimization problem. Greece clearly is somewhere in the middle. It strikes me from your priorities, what you say, and you know, from my experience of Athens, that you have primarily within that optimization problem, you have one issue, which is a collaboration between the public authorities and the consumers, the citizens, that neither side wants terribly to rock the boat, and that someone sort of has to take a lead on saying, no, we're gonna fix this. So, you know, if you drive around in Athens, there's a whole system dedicated to parking illegally. You know, find just somewhere where you can drop your car and leave, and somehow for the municipalities, it's easier to allow that to carry on happening than to fix it. So that, I don't know where you start with this as a chicken and egg. Can you change the social attitudes towards let's make the city work before you change the official attitude towards we're not going to allow any contravention of the rules that we put in place? I don't know if any of that was clear, but I'll hand over to you for a response.
Listen, it's not only the illegal parking, also the legal parking is too much. I'm not an optimist, because in Greece there are cities which manage to coordinate this, but at a smaller size. Trikala, Larissa, Rethymno, Ceres, they are really ahead. They are competing European cities. Athens is big, it's complex, and it is 3-4 partite, and everybody is pushing the problem to the other one. The region, the municipality of Athens and the other municipalities, the government, and of course the police. And everybody says it's the other one. So we missed the pandemic opportunity. All over Europe, they said, we have pandemic. Public transport cannot work. But we use active traveling. We put on pedestrian streets, new infrastructure for cyclists. They have done a massive change. You mentioned the example of Stockholm, Paris, Brussels. They took the pandemic as an opportunity. And transportation engineers, we continue being shocked by the announcements of the government, the continuous announcement of the government that no public transport during the pandemic, full stop. It was the only country saying full stop. All other countries said yes, but we go for active mobility. And then there were some initiatives, like the Panepistimiou pedestrianization, the main street. I mean, we have 6 lanes in downtown. This is inconceivable in any city. And then government, opposition, the citizens, everybody was against because don't touch my car. And our politicians proved really, really undaring. And I am afraid that they continue being undaring to touch the car. So this is a fundamental cultural issue. And as far as the government and all politicians are still promising that public transport and traffic will continue, might improve with cars, this is completely an impasse. So there are a lot of issues. Of course, we have new buses. Of course, we're building a new metro line, etc. But the fundamental part, which is give priority to public transport, waiting the new metro line, it is out of the agenda. I mean, we took, I don't know how many, 10 years to put cameras in the buses. We're discussing this for 20 years. Let's hope that it will work. And how much it's going to work, because this is lately the government is doing well with the digital fines. They are going to link cameras with automatic fines, and then people start to change behavior and all this illegal car parking and car traffic on bus lanes. But still, a lot to be done in terms of managing the public space. And I would say that especially regional and municipal authorities are really undaring, really afraid of touching the car due to political cost and to the society. So if we don't have front runners changing the pattern, today is paradise in our traffic. In the coming years, it's going to be more and more hell if we do nothing. This is mathematics. We are saying this, transportation engineers, for years, that you have to coordinate the whole system. Still, they are afraid of touching the car. So,
okay. I mean, it is an extraordinarily complex problem with many, many moving parts. Certainly, there isn't a quick fix, but I do get the sense that, you know, slightly pessimistic as you may seem, the solutions are there, and you can see them, and you've pointed them out. I feel that we're slightly scolding our audience, which is never a good idea. So I think I need to offer you a reward in compensation. That reward is that we're now going to break for coffee. So you've got 20 minutes, half an hour or so to go and get a cup of coffee, and we'll see you back here after that. But before you all stand up and leave, please join me in thanking an excellent panelist. Thank you. Thanks.
Nice and quick.
Όταν δεν φυσάει, έχουμε ενέργεια. Καλά, τα φωτοβολταϊκά δεν κουράζονται όλη μέρα στον ήλιο. Όταν έχουμε πολλή ενέργεια, μπορούμε να τη βάζουμε σε βαζάκια για άλλη μέρα.
Στην πράσινη ενέργεια Όλοι έχουν απορίες. Και εμείς στη ΔΕΗ απαντάμε με δέσμευση και έργα. Στην παραγωγή και στην αποθήκευση πράσινης ενέργειας. Καινοτόμα έργα που αλλάζουν το ενεργειακό τοπίο στη χώρα μας.
Φροντίζουμε να βρισκόμαστε δίπλα στους παραγωγούς, σταθερά και ουσιαστικά. Η έξυπνη σπορά έτσι γεννήθηκε σαν ένας τρόπος να τους στηρίξουμε ακόμα περισσότερο, βλέποντας τις προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζουν τα τελευταία χρόνια, από την κλιματική κρίση και τα ακραία καιρικά φαινόμενα, μέχρι την αβεβαιότητα και τις αυξήσεις του κόστους.
Δεν είχα συνδέσει την τεχνολογία με το χωράφι και χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ που υπάρχει αυτή η πλατφόρμα που μπορεί να το συνδέσει.
Πολύ σημαντικό κομμάτι της πρωτοβουλίας της έξυπνης σποράς είναι η εκπαίδευση των παραγωγών μας πάνω στο ψηφιακό εργαλείο, για να δούμε μαζί τι προσφέρει και πώς λειτουργεί η πλατφόρμα της έξυπνης σποράς.
Το να έχεις τα δεδομένα σου σε έναν υπολογιστή και να μπορείς από το σπίτι να βλέπεις τις ανάγκες του χωραφιού σου και να κάνεις τον προγραμματισμό σου είναι πάρα πολύ καλό.
Ο στόχος που καλείται να εξυπηρετήσει η πλατφόρμα έξυπνη σπορά είναι διτός. Αφενός να βελτιώσει την αποδοτικότητα του χωραφιού και ταυτόχρονα η περιβαλλοντική βιωσιμότητα. Διότι περιβάλλον χωρίς οικονομία ή οικονομία χωρίς περιβάλλον δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει.
Μας βοηθάει οικονομικά και ενεργειακά. Μας δίνει διαφορετικά σενάρια και συμβουλές, ώστε να πάρουμε σωστές αποφάσεις, να έχουμε ένα θετικό αποτέλεσμα στη δουλειά μας.
Οπωσδήποτε χρειάζεται η τεχνολογία και χρειάζεται να βγάλουμε ένα πλάνο του πώς θα καλλιεργούμε για τα επόμενα 5 χρόνια, για να μπορέσουμε να επιβιώσουμε και να μείνουμε στην καλλιέργεια του ψαριού.
Θα βοηθήσει όλους τους αγρότες, άσχετα την ηλικία που έχει ο καθένας, γιατί είναι μια πλατφόρμα εύκολα προσβάσιμη σε όλους.
Μειώνει τα περιττά έξοδα και θα είναι ένα καλύτερο αποτέλεσμα, με καλύτερες αποδόσεις.
Άρα έχουμε εύκολη εισαγωγή δεδομένων, αξιόπιστο αποτέλεσμα.
Ένα εργαλείο εφαρμόσιμο, πρακτικό, σύμμαχό τους μέσα στο χωράφι.
Η ενέργεια αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως σκαθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πυξίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενδυναμώνουμε τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον, ο πολιτισμός και ο αθλητισμός. Θετικό αντίκτυπο σε περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Όταν δεν φυσάει, έχουμε ενέργεια. Καλά, τα φωτοβολταϊκά δεν κουράζονται όλη μέρα στον ήλιο. Όταν έχουμε πολλή ενέργεια, μπορούμε να τη βάζουμε σε βαζάκια για άλλη μέρα.
Στην πράσινη ενέργεια όλοι έχουν απορίες. Και εμείς στη ΔΕΗ απαντάμε με δέσμευση και έργα. Στην παραγωγή και στην αποθήκευση πράσινης ενέργειας. Καινοτόμα έργα που αλλάζουν το ενεργειακό τοπίο στη χώρα μας.
Φροντίζουμε να βρισκόμαστε δίπλα στους παραγωγούς, σταθερά και ουσιαστικά. Η έξυπνη σπορά έτσι γεννήθηκε σαν ένας τρόπος να τους στηρίξουμε ακόμα περισσότερο, βλέποντας τις προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζουν τα τελευταία χρόνια, από την κλιματική κρίση και τα ακραία καιρικά φαινόμενα, μέχρι την αβεβαιότητα και τις αυξήσεις του κόστους.
Δεν είχα συνδέσει την τεχνολογία με το χωράφι και χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ που υπάρχει αυτή η πλατφόρμα που μπορεί να το συνδέσει.
Πολύ σημαντικό κομμάτι της πρωτοβουλίας της έξυπνης σποράς είναι η εκπαίδευση των παραγωγών μας πάνω στο ψηφιακό εργαλείο για να δούμε μαζί τι προσφέρει και πώς λειτουργεί η πλατφόρμα της έξυπνης σποράς.
Το να έχεις τα δεδομένα σου σε έναν υπολογιστή και να μπορείς από το σπίτι να βλέπεις τις ανάγκες του χωραφιού σου και να κάνεις τον προγραμματισμό σου είναι πάρα πολύ καλό.
Ο στόχος που καλείται να εξυπηρετήσει η πλατφόρμα έξυπνη σπορά είναι διτός. Αφενός μεν να βελτιώσει την αποδοτικότητα του χωραφιού και ταυτόχρονα η περιβαλλοντική βιωσιμότητα. Διότι περιβάλλον χωρίς οικονομία ή οικονομία χωρίς περιβάλλον δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει.
Μας βοηθάει οικονομικά και ενεργειακά. Μας δίνει διαφορετικά σενάρια και συμβουλές, ώστε να πάρουμε σωστές αποφάσεις, να έχουμε ένα θετικό αποτέλεσμα στη δουλειά μας.
Οπωσδήποτε χρειάζεται η τεχνολογία και χρειάζεται να βγάλουμε ένα πλάνο του πώς θα καλλιεργούμε για τα επόμενα 5 χρόνια, για να μπορέσουμε να επιβιώσουμε και να μείνουμε στην καλλιέργεια του κυταριού.
Θα βοηθήσει όλους τους αγρότες, άσχετα την ηλικία που έχει ο καθένας, γιατί είναι μια πλατφόρμα εύκολα προσβάσιμη σε όλους.
Μειώνει τα περιττά έξοδα και θα είναι ένα καλύτερο αποτέλεσμα, με καλύτερες αποδόσεις.
Άρα έχουμε εύκολη εισαγωγή δεδομένων, αξιόπιστο αποτέλεσμα.
Ένα εργαλείο εφαρμόσιμο, πρακτικό, σύμμαχό τους μέσα στο χωράφι.
Η ενέργεια αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πυξίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενδυναμώνουμε τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον, ο πολιτισμός και ο αθλητισμός. Θετικό αντίκτυπο σε περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στη Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Όταν δεν φυσάει, θα έχουμε ενέργεια. Καλά, τα φωτοβολταϊκά δεν κουράζονται όλη μέρα στον ήλιο. Όταν έχουμε πολλή ενέργεια, μπορούμε να τη βάζουμε σε βαζάκια για άλλη μέρα.
Στην πράσινη ενέργεια όλοι έχουν απορίες. Και εμείς στη ΔΕΗ απαντάμε με δέσμευση και έργα. Στην παραγωγή και στην αποθήκευση πράσινης ενέργειας. Καινοτόμα έργα που αλλάζουν το ενεργειακό τοπίο στη χώρα μας.
Φροντίζουμε να βρισκόμαστε δίπλα στους παραγωγούς, σταθερά και ουσιαστικά. Η έξυπνη σπορά έτσι γεννήθηκε σαν ένας τρόπος να τους στηρίξουμε ακόμα περισσότερο, βλέποντας τις προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζουν τα τελευταία χρόνια, από την κλιματική κρίση και τα ακραία καιρικά φαινόμενα, μέχρι την αβεβαιότητα και τις αυξήσεις του κόστους.
Δεν είχα συνδέσει την τεχνολογία με το χωράφι και χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ που υπάρχει αυτή η πλατφόρμα που μπορεί να το συνδέσει.
Πολύ σημαντικό κομμάτι της πρωτοβουλίας της έξυπνης σποράς είναι η εκπαίδευση των παραγωγών μας πάνω στο ψηφιακό εργαλείο για να δούμε μαζί τι προσφέρει και πώς λειτουργεί η πλατφόρμα της έξυπνης σποράς.
Το να έχεις τα δεδομένα σου σε έναν υπολογιστή και να μπορείς από το σπίτι να βλέπεις τις ανάγκες του χωραφιού σου και να κάνεις τον προγραμματισμό σου είναι πάρα πολύ καλό.
Ο στόχος που καλείται να εξυπηρετήσει η πλατφόρμα έξυπνη σπορά είναι διτός. Αφενός μεν να βελτιώσει την αποδοτικότητα του χωραφιού και ταυτόχρονα η περιβαλλοντική βιωσιμότητα. Διότι περιβάλλον χωρίς οικονομία ή οικονομία χωρίς περιβάλλον δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει.
Μας βοηθάει οικονομικά και ενεργειακά. Μας δίνει διαφορετικά σενάρια και συμβουλές, ώστε να πάρουμε σωστές αποφάσεις, να έχουμε ένα θετικό αποτέλεσμα στη δουλειά μας.
Οπωσδήποτε χρειάζεται η τεχνολογία και χρειάζεται να βγάλουμε ένα πλάνο του πώς θα καλλιεργούμε για τα επόμενα 5 χρόνια, για να μπορέσουμε να επιβιώσουμε και να μείνουμε στην καλλιέργεια του ψηταριού.
Θα βοηθήσει όλους τους αγρότες, άσχετα από την ηλικία που έχει ο καθένας, γιατί είναι μια πλατφόρμα εύκολα προσβάσιμη σε όλους.
Μειώνει τα περιττά έξοδα και φέρνει ένα καλύτερο αποτέλεσμα, με καλύτερες αποδόσεις.
Άρα έχουμε εύκολη εισαγωγή δεδομένων, αξιόπιστο αποτέλεσμα.
Ένα εργαλείο εφαρμόσιμο, πρακτικό, σύμμαχό τους μέσα στο χωράφι.
Η ενέργεια αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξέλιξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πυξίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενδυναμώνουμε τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον, ο πολιτισμός και ο αθλητισμός. Θετικό αντίκτυπο σε περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow.
Welcome back, everybody. Take your seats, please. We're about to get going again for...
Παρακαλώ, πάρτε τις θέσεις σας.
I hope you all had a good break. I hope you all come back refreshed and you've caught up on all of the gossip. That's what networking is all about, after all. We're going to move on to the next session. We don't have very long, but we do have a fantastic guest to speak to us about this theme. Water is at the centre, really, of questions of sustainability. It is one of the great, scarce, but underappreciated, underpriced resources in the world. It's a very competitive world out there for access to water. In some places it becomes very violent. I hope that's not the case here in Greece, and certainly not in our next panel. To join me on the stage, I'm delighted to have the Chief Executive Officer at EDAP, but someone with a much broader expertise than that, Harris Akinis. Please come and join me.
Thank you, Alistair.
Good to see you again. Take a seat.
Thank you.
So, this is water, an extraordinarily sought after, for very understandable reasons, resource all around the world, but here as well and in this region. Give us a thumbnail, if you will, of the competition for water in the Mediterranean basin and how that is shaping up.
Okay, and first I want to compare the Mediterranean basin, which is really the Mediterranean is like a big lake. So last week, EDAP is part of the leading utilities of the world, and I was at the leading utilities of the world meeting in Chicago. Okay. And it was really funny because there are big lakes there, Lake Michigan, and it was so funny because Lake Michigan and the other lakes connected to it, it's about 20% of potable water, of really clean water, around the world is at those lakes. And there you have Chicago right on the lake with all this water availability. Now, in the Mediterranean, again, we have like a big lake, the Mediterranean, but the water is not almost ready to be drunk. It's not potable, so you need to desalinate it. So we have a resource, but let's talk about what that means and why that resource has become even more important. Because we see increased drought because of climate crisis and climate change in the recent years. We see increased drought. We see that in Greece. We see that in other countries. We see that in Italy. And you can imagine what's happening also in the countries of North Africa that are on the Mediterranean. So obviously there's competition. There has been competition on water. I mean, even in Greece, we all know about the Acheloos diversion that they have tried to do, and all that had stopped at the courts here. So there are many examples where there are reactions. Everyone wants to keep their water for themselves and not to move it from one basin to the other. And this is not only in Greece, it is in the whole area. At the same time, we have seen cooperation. I mean, Israel is exporting water to Jordan. It's exporting water to the West Bank. We see Albania, if there's someone in need, they have a lot of water there. They are ready to export water to whoever needs extra water. But all these things are quite expensive. So the thing is, with increasing drought, someone has to figure out, okay, what do we do about it? We see that there is an issue, so what do we do about it? There are solutions. And let me just mention some of these solutions. Obviously, desalination is an important solution because you have all this big body of water.
Yeah.
Desalination is an expensive sport, relatively expensive sport, and it has two parts. It has the capital cost of putting the desalination plant in place, and then it has the energy cost of needing to run all these pumps to push the water through the filters so you can get the clean water. So here again it depends. If you are lucky to have cheap energy, so if you can put photovoltaics or if you have very inexpensive fuel, gas or whatever, and you can have the energy, then your desalination plants can run at a lower cost and can provide water to the people in each country. So desalination is one thing. The other thing is reuse. We see countries more and more doing reuse, countries that you wouldn't expect them to even do that. And let me move you from Chicago, move you to Singapore as an example, where Singapore, they use 1/3 fresh water, 1/3 desalinated water, 1/3 reused water, processed wastewater basically, and they make a mix, and that's what you get when you open the tap in Singapore. So more and more we see countries and cities looking into that, from Singapore all the way to the Western United States, and I think you'll see more of that even here in the Mediterranean. And ADAP, the company that I run, is also planning a big project along these lines to use it, not necessarily for potable water, but definitely for recharging the aquifer, for industrial uses, for agriculture, and so on. So that's another solution. Of course, you can't leave out the leaks and the non-revenue water, as we call it, that is inherent in having big networks to distribute water. But then again, even that, to fix that, that is not inexpensive. It's a lot of money to fix that, and you have to use, at our company, for example, we're using a combination of AI, of predictive maintenance, and of other things, a combination of that, to figure out where you put your money, where you put your investment.
How much of a difference is that making? So, 10 years ago, you didn't have large language models, you didn't have necessarily big data, pattern recognition and such. Now you have it in spades. How much of a difference is it making?
It's just making it more efficient and more effective. So you put your money where you need to put the money. Because, for example, if we were to change all the pipes in Athens, it would cost an additional 2.5 billion euros on top of the 2.5 billion euros that we have planned for other investments as well. So, and you don't want to do that because you want to make sure, in any country, you want to make sure that water is something that everyone can afford, is affordable by all the people that are in the country. So, and then of course it is how you manage the institutions and the regulators and how you manage water in any environment. Because, for example, in agriculture, how do you distribute the water? Is water there? Does it disappear? Is it being stolen? How is it being handled? Who pays for it? And that brings me to the important thing, because I mentioned all the solutions, but all the solutions mean that someone has to build them, so it means that someone has to pay for them, and that's the important thing. So the first thing is planning. So you have to plan ahead in order to be more efficient in your choices. And then you have to build these things. So if you build the right things and you can keep the costs down, that's a very important thing. But let's see who are the players, and especially if we're talking, because in Europe, one can say that there's at least one holistic approach. You have the European Union, and actually in the next funding cycle, you'll see a lot of money going into water resilience, and that is very important. But then let's go to the countries, the other countries around the Mediterranean, and to see what is happening there. There are indeed a lot of investments going on, and it is interesting to see how a lot of players move in from different directions. You do have the European Union going in and trying to help both with rules and regulations and with money through the European Investment Bank, that have a gateway project that provide money, especially a lot of money. Oh, excuse me.
Someone's got a leak.
Yeah, that's from Brussels, actually. One of the ADAP people from Brussels. So anyway, so EIB is providing quite a lot of money to help with the water issues in these countries, and that's very important. But at the same time, you see also a lot of the Gulf countries moving in to North Africa to help with these projects and to help fund them and go in there with PPPs or other ways to invest in there. And then on top of that, you have the Chinese that are coming in to build the infrastructure. So it's becoming quite interesting. And then you have Israel that is well ahead with the technology, even though I believe that these days the technology, and that's something quite interesting in the water industry, people don't compete, people cooperate. So best practices are available to everyone. So I think then you can get the technology, and then you can implement it, but Israel does have a lead in certain areas. So it is quite interesting to see all these people vying for influence in the Mediterranean. But I think my personal belief is that this is going to lead to cooperation rather than war.
Okay, which is, that in itself is a very encouraging comment, cooperation rather than war. I certainly know which I prefer. Just very briefly, you've laid out magisterially this picture of the global situation and the Mediterranean situation. Tell us a little bit, very briefly, about EDAP, how EDAP fits into this picture of competition, collaboration, and whether Athenians should be worried in the slightest about the supply of their water.
We have a plan. Actually, the government is going to announce the details of the plan in the next couple of weeks, but there is a plan, and it's multifaceted, short-term, mid-term, and long-term solutions. I think we are helping the government with figuring out what the solution is for Athens. Obviously, there are needs beyond Athens. But then again, there is prioritization in process, and we have to figure out how the important projects happen in the most efficient and the fastest way as they're needed. And the important thing is the correct planning so that you have water when it's needed at the time that is needed.
Right, okay. Fantastic. I mean, we could talk all day about this stuff, but unfortunately we don't have all day to do it. But it is great to have you back to give this sort of broad view of the what's a vital area. So thanks very much for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alistair. No.
Thanks very much.
Hope it was.
Yes, excellent. See if you can see.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to hand over chairing responsibilities for the next two sessions to two great collaborators, co-chairs. Coming up later, we have Panagiotta Lampropoulou. But before that, for the next session, please welcome Alexandra Pali, President of CSR Hellas, who's going to take you through the next session. Thanks very much.
So thank you very much. Happy to be here. Σας καλωσορίζω στο σημερινό μας.
So I welcome you to this panel focusing on integration of sustainability in business strategy. Our discussion will convey us from how of resilience where in strategy. We live in an era where ESG is not a compliance tool, but a tool. Businesses that understand this rationale are not just adjusted to realities, but evolve. So it's a great pleasure to welcome all our guests that know what integration of sustainability in business strategy means. I start with Mrs. Stelina Siarabi, Secretary General for Private Investments, Government of Greece, with a role in sustainability issues. Mariana Nathanail, Head of European Investment Bank Office in Greece. You will tell us a few words about that. And Mr. Theodoros Gavrilidis, Chief Investment Officer, Lambda Development, who will convey his experience from the iconic Hellinikon projects. So the questions at the center of transformation is how we translate sustainability into strategic advantage. And we will start with the bigger picture, and we'll see how policies and tools can direct funds towards sustainable development, how Greece and Europe promote sustainability in terms of resilience. Mrs. Siarapi, there is a strategy of the state for sustainability. How is it translated to investments and entrepreneurship? Thank you very much for inviting me. It is a great honor, and I am glad that I see young people in this conference, because sustainability, and I say so to all businesses that come to us, should not be seen as a procedure that means I fill in reports and Excels. We need to understand the substance. What substance means to us? To ask the main question: what investment in the country brings to people, society, and the environment? These three elements, because of the strategic investments we are responsible for, when we see a business plan, we try to see in 10 years after the investment what will be the impact. That is why it is important, and I insist on that everything starts from education. I strongly believe that when we understand what sustainability is, the future will be excellent for all of us, especially for the generations to come. So the Secretariat General for Private Investment has an institutional role to promote sustainability, focusing on people. Every time an investor comes to my office and asks, what should I do about the future? What is at stake here? You said something quite interesting, that we are in a complex world. And I see Mr. Sinolakis here, who has done an excellent job in climate change. And for me, an important part for the future, since we have here representatives from the private and public sector, it's important to understand what resilience gives us. The relations and the issues are complex. Crises will always be with us, but it's important for us to see where each and everything leads to and how this affects people. Before I proceed with Mrs. Nathanael, I need to tell you that as businessmen, we are interested in this transition to have a national plan, a national strategy for responsible entrepreneurship and social corporate responsibility. Mrs. Nathanael, Climate Bank of the EU, what are the lessons learned from projects that promoted sustainability with a positive social impact? How Greece can use these tools to have sustainable investments? Thank you very much for the invitation and the question. And let me talk about EIB, which, as you correctly said, it is the Climate Bank of Europe. In 2020, the bank created the first roadmap on climate. Since then, it is committed to implement investments by 2030 of 1 trillion euros and 50% of financing per year to be on investments for sustainable development. A few days ago, our BOD, the representatives of the member states that are the shareholders of EIB recognized that the bank is a climate bank and renew the mandate of the bank, giving a bigger incentive to continue on this way of investments for sustainable development. For us, investments in sustainable development is something that's not just a tool, a luxury. Together with financial resilience, they complement each other. So for us, we always set as a goal to check every investment for its life cycle. We see the social and environmental impact, not only now, but for the future as well. We have certain criteria, and these criteria allow us to see the impact of this investment throughout its life cycle. Mr. Gavrilidis, as Lambda Development, you are an example of inclusion of sustainability in iconic projects. How European and national policies influence your strategic planning? Is there convergence, but are there gaps between the public framework and private entrepreneurship? Thank you very much for this invitation. And you are in Kavouri, the heart of the Athens Riviera. Coming to Kavouri, though, you passed from the Hellinikon and its iconic projects, which some part of it is obvious, but what you cannot see is that behind every decision of any project, there is sustainability. In Lambda, a few weeks ago, has renewed our policy on sustainability, based on 3 pillars: climate change, design with resilience, and the 3rd pillar, resilient communities. It's not theory for Hellinikon; it is a reality. Let's see what we do with sustainability in Hellinikon. In Hellinikon, 1/3 of the area is the Metropolitan Park. It will watered by recycled water, or excavations, backfilling will come from materials that have been processed and reused from the project per se. Moreover, our main buildings, Riviera Tower, Galleria, Hellinikon Mall, the building for people with special needs, have a value of 1 billion. These are green buildings and already certified with LEED Gold. So sustainability for us is in practice, and we are, I believe, a unique company in Greece in the field of sustainability, that we have specific decarbonization ratified goals. Something else which is important is that the fact that in Lambda we have our Chief Investment Officer, Head of Sustainability, shows how sustainability is important for any project we carry out. We try to follow all EU legislation, and in order to answer to your question, there is so we go hand in hand with our policies and the national and EU environmental policies. So from the moment we decided to work in this project, we wanted to be sustainable and resilient. So what we do, we take advantage of RRF. We have already signed loans over 400 million for the Hellinikon project, and we design more. We follow the principles of EU taxonomy, facilitating thus our loans from EU and Greek banks, and we issue a green bond to finance our projects. What else we do? We want to have green PPAs and cover the whole area. So in our projects, we don't follow sustainability. We want to produce value.
That was a great pass, let's say, in order to say that sustainability is turned into a component of daily governance. And let's see how this is linked with innovation, technology, and HR. Now, going back to Mrs. Nathanael, talking about sustainable investment, what are the things that you deem necessary in order to achieve sustainable and resilient investments? Is it a matter of governance, a matter of structure, or is it a matter of performance with respect to ESG criteria, like many of the Lambda case studies we heard before? I think we have already understood that companies opting for applying ESG criteria in their policies, in their strategies, are benefited by financing tools, also EU ones. For us, as mentioned before, it's a matter of strategy, it's a matter of policy. Resilience and sustainability represent a smart choice, a financially smart choice for those who want to be the leaders of tomorrow. So Greece, for sure, is one of the countries that has benefited from green investments coming also by the European Investment Bank. We do have the tools also for SMEs available, 1.5 billion euros worth in collaboration with Greek banks. We have other programs for local governments, for the private sector. 60% of the 2024 funds coming from our bank were led to sustainable investments, 1.3 billion euros in total. I know the figures, I gave you too many figures, but I wanted to show that for us, sustainable investments are a priority. Another thing that it's quite important is the following. By implementing the standards you just mentioned, and according to which you mentioned also before, the green bonds all are also tools helping financing green investments. We are both issuers of green bonds, and actually we were the first to ever issue a green bond, and also bonds for the social footprint, and we do buy green bonds as well. As you understand, we emphasize on sustainability, and it's a criterion for opting for investment. Of course, the difference between a big company like Lambda and an SME, when it comes to financing, the NSRF, because RRF is addressed mainly to big companies, let me say that ESG criteria are very important for SMEs, so sustainability lies at the heart of our discussion. So, Mrs. Yarapi, let me turn to you. On behalf of the government, how can the national investment policy encourage organizations to deal with sustainability not as a simple regulatory formality, as a tick-the-box thing, but as a source of advantages. This is why the Ministry of Development and our Secretariat proceeds with the so-called productive transformation. That's why 1 year ago, both the Prime Minister and Minister Theodorikakos broke down the new model of productive transformation. We emphasize mainly on manufacturing. I think you have to know, and I have to say that the Ministry of Development has decided that all public tenders, this is obligatory, have to meet ESG criteria and the circular economy rules. This is a prerequisite, both now and in the future. So, having said that, the General Secretariat of Private Investments have one main thing to do: create the tools for the organizations. We have done two main partnerships. The first one is with the European Investment Bank for the developmental law, because there is a regime for major investments, and for those investments we have integrated all EU ESG criteria as prerequisites. We also have two minor programs, or regimes as we call them, for manufacturing and specific areas: Thrace, Macedonia, Northern Aegean, and the Epirus, because for us demographics also play an important role. This is the main challenge, especially in our country. Yes, you are correct, not only in Europe. This is the biggest challenge. This is why we try to put all these things together. That's why we collaborated with the European Investment Bank. Mrs. Papakirilou was here yesterday. And whenever a company decides to apply for that, a very important parameter is to fully respect the ESG criteria, so they get additional points. And we have also built a training course for those who have been accepted. Another point. As from the coming year, we will be the ones handling the Social Climate Fund, which is something addressed to mini companies, no more than 10 employees. You know very well that small companies don't have easy access to financing, and they don't have the resources or the training capabilities. That's why, in collaboration with all chambers of Greece, specific training courses will be launched in all regions addressed to the small enterprises. That's why I mentioned before that we also have to change the culture. It's not a colorless, cold procedure we're talking about. We're talking about humans. The fourth main instrument is the so-called strategic investments. As of the coming year, in collaboration with the European Investment Bank, we launched the Modernization Fund. This is a fund addressed only to industries, big industries. 5 of the investments launched and supported by the RRF have the green tagging and the ESG criteria as their main prerequisite. And we are going to strengthen or to enhance this approach even more. Ending, I'd like to say that sustainability is not just a fad. It's a practice that's here to stay. And for me, the most important thing is to provide opportunities to everyone, to all Greeks, to all villages, to all regions. Having said that, it's up to the state and to the business world to be successful, because it all boils down to the responsibility we all assume towards our society. And of course, as mentioned before, no one is to be left out. We're talking about transition, and this transition should be fair. Let me compliment saying that the national strategy you mentioned before, we have the strategic importance partnerships that we have launched, so we will invite all stakeholders, sit around the same table, in order to see how we can, to discuss how we want to realistically implement these ideas and how we can lay the proper foundations. That's something very important. We will be there because let me share with the public that following the discussions we had with our members and with you on the CSRD, we managed to simplify it, and it was also promulgated at the Parliament. Mr. Avlidis, Lambda development. Sustainability is a precondition for your operations, right? So do you see sustainability as a regulatory or a compliance formality, or is it a strategic component of the difference you can make? I think that categorically, if you are a leader in sustainability, you have competitive advantage. I think the answer is clear for us in Lambda. It's easy to say, not that easy to do. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of persistence. It takes trust to your long-term outcomes, and especially when you see that your budget is slipping off your fingers or it's just derailing. And because of the fact that we do many things sustainability-wise that go well beyond what the law provides, it would be quite easy for us to cut down on this cost. No, we do not. We opt for long-term investments, and this comes with a cost, forward-leaning cost. It's an investment for you. Yes, there's a cost that comes along, but this investment progressively delivers and gives you in return because our products, our buildings, are much more attractive for the users, for the investors, and at the end of the day, the entire market goes upwards like that. The entire market tries to become better, and as a result of that, we have a brand new benchmark being established, a new landscape, and those who were the trailblazers have the competitive advantage, and the others follow suit. So, when this landscape is finalized, is completed, your investment will give you both qualitative returns, branding, reputation, they are important, but also quantitative benefits, some profits, because you will be the leader, you will be the star, and the market will help you come up with substantial margins and profitability. That's what we decided to do in Lambda. We decided not to follow sustainability as such only, but to create value out of that. If I have 30 seconds, let me tell you the following. There is a big discussion whether the sustainability agenda is receding because of the Trump administration, the geopolitical challenges, the Ukraine war. The reply is the following. Challenges were here, will always be here. The climate change is still here. Social unrest remains. New talents want to work in sustainable destinations. That is still valid. That's why I don't think that the sustainability agenda will not recede. Let's not get political because indeed, when it comes to our issues, we have this bipolarity. European is a very optimistic and ambitious continent. We have the Draghi report on European Union's competitiveness, and what we want to do, as discussed in previous panels, is to work together in order to achieve the 17 SDGs, and I think we can move forward to that. So, sustainability is more than indicators, is more than compliance, it's a maturity indicator for organizations, and our discussion highlighted the importance of integrating sustainability in the context of responsible governance, and that's a strategic priority, not only for big organizations, but the entire ecosystem of enterprises and public policies. That's a challenge, as you put it. I mean, many SMEs cannot afford, they cannot cope with that, so they need some help. Yes, big companies and the state will help, because SMEs is an indispensable part of the supply chain, so you can train them. We have tools, you have tools. In the CSR labs, we do have also tools like the Hellenic Sustainable Entrepreneurship Pact, and big companies are the initiators helping smaller companies. We have the CSR school training executives on these topics. I think the Hellenic Development, the project itself is a tool maybe we're a bit demanding vis-a-vis our suppliers and vendors, but this is the truth. So next step is to turn sustainability into a criterion of success, a driving force for everyone. No one will be left out. I'd like to thank you. Do you have any questions from the floor? I'd like to thank economists for organizing this event. I'd like to thank you, the speakers, for your contributions, and I'd like to give the floor back to the Executive Director of the UN Global Compact Network Greece, Mrs. Panayota Lambropoulou. Thank you very, very much.
Λοιπόν, πριν ξεκινήσει το επόμενο panel,
Before we start with the next panel, but it is indirectly linked to the next panel, I have the pleasure to announce the names of the 3 students that will get the scholarships for executive education of the National Kapodistrian University of Athens. We have already mentioned the importance of education. The previous panelists mentioned that this program is supported by European the UN Global Compact Network Greece, and we will proceed in order to have a draw using a random org. That is how we have the draw for our professors. So the 3 first are the winners of this scholarship: Theophanidou Olga, Telidis David, και Logaras Apostolos. I don't know if any of them is here. Please let's stand up to congratulate you. No, but in any case, congratulations. And I would like to thank Medlen Energy and Metals for this initiative, giving the opportunity to young people to enhance their skills and knowledge. Panayota, it is an exceptional initiative, ESG seminar, because we bridge academic knowledge with business practice. And on the panel, we will have representatives of UN Global Compact Network. In this panel, we will discuss a topic which is in the center of the new era, the double materiality and how this transforms business strategy for sustainability. How we will see how businesses include ESG issues, how double materiality is included in the whole ecosystem. We will see the results of a survey conducted by UN Global compact network with the EY Greece. I have with me an exceptional panel with people that are well aware of the topic, and I will invite them to the podium. Achilleas Ioakimidis, Director of Sustainability PPC, Adonis Moudouris, Group Health, Safety, Environment and Sustainable Development Division Manager and a member of the Executive Manager Team Hellenic Energy, Chiara Conti, Partner, Sustainability Services Leader, EY Greece, Ioannis Nikolaou, Professor, Democritos University of Thrace. Thank you all very much. Since we only have 30 minutes available, I will ask you directly. We talk about the value of information which is produced via the reports implemented by companies. The value of information and double materiality change the way businesses understand the value importance of ESG data. Mr. Ioakimidis, do you believe that information produced today via reporting, does it reflect the demands of consumers and the market? The most important thing of this information is to satisfy the needs of all interested parties and the society. Reports are read by analysts and investors and play an important role on how they assess investments and businesses. Lately, there is a lot of discussion about reporting, and funds have been invested by companies to assure reporting in non-financial matters. That is good for businesses because especially those who promote ESG criteria. How this reporting is done and how it starts from double materiality. Some years ago, when I asked advice from Chiara on how to improve reporting in PPC, she talked to me about the importance of materiality, which has evolved based on CSRS, ASRS. So we have not the inside out, but outside in approach. So we try to satisfy all these exercises. So double materiality is important because it is the basis for correct reporting. It is an exercise which is rather complex. Some of you might have participated in one. It's important and it could improve in the future. Because what I understand is that businesses dedicate resources for double materiality, but the data don't come out because ESRS is rather complex and the questionnaires are rather complex, so the exercise does not show innovation. A good materiality could actually promote risks and opportunities and bring to the surface issues that have not been thought by businessmen. And I believe with the evolution of AI, so this reporting will be done by technology and machines, and we will have less intervention of people. Materiality is that where the intervention of human factor will be important, always be important. That is why we need to build a better materiality, better understood for the interested parties, we ask, and so that the results should be more meaningful for businesses in changing or continuing their strategies. The second question has to do with the risks and opportunities via materiality, focusing on energy. We have two big companies. Energy sector is transformed. We have a green transition, we have technology mentioned, and social expectations. Mr. Moudouris, how double materiality contribute to an energy sector to identify the consequences, risks, and promote opportunities of this transition. Thank you for the invitation. Double materiality is a very good tool. Adding to what has already been said, I believe as a tool it has evolved a lot. It has the standards behind that make procedure a standard procedure, but for me the most important thing is that it is the quantification is placed on the table, quantification of risks and opportunities that changes the discussion in the companies, makes it more understood by people that have influence and decide on the budget and the implementation of the strategy of the company. It is a critical part. And in the past we had impact materiality. We focused on the impact of business on the environment, but now we see how external environment influences the operation of the company. It is a critical parameter that connected all this assessment with the investments to be carried out by the company, opportunities to be seized by the company, the risks, because risks sometimes come from natural phenomena. The risk of adjustment to climate change and the adjustment of company. We have a complex and ambitious legislation at European level that any company should take into consideration yearly to adjust its business model. Before I rest my case, I would like to say that the words that describe the advantage of double materiality with regard to the business strategy are resilience and competitiveness. I think it contributes to both these aspects. So, sustainable development in decision-making and financial data. But the reporting environment is also important. We are in view of some developments in the European Council. There is a first agreement with regard to the second package. We see Frank supporting SMEs and gives them the platforms and tools to do that. In this framework, what you believe is the biggest challenge and opportunity of evolving reporting for Greek businesses which want to move strategically and not procedurally? Thank you for the invitation. The answer is simple. The substantiality of the content. Let's go back to the basic. The spirit of this directive from its title, Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, talks about a declaration of sustainability, which substantially the spirit of directive says that I will add a section in the report which is linked to the rest of the story, linked to what we write in the BOD reports or our financial reports. This is directly linked to what Adonis said. And what I mean by that, all of us spent time last year to see a standard which has a good elements. To do what? To find in various industries or business models what the important things are. What I want to say, what are the important issues for different industries, pharma, food, etc. More or less we were aware of them. There are known from various sources, but this directive asks for something else, which I think we missed it between the lines. What it asked was not what were the important issues. What it asked was which were the most important impact, opportunities and risks. Let me give you an example. Health and safety for more sectors is a very important issue, high in the agenda in all sectors of the economy. That doesn't mean that in the financial use that the companies had to report as a risk the standards asked for pros and cons for people. So when we have health and safety, that doesn't mean that as an impact that year, a negative impact was for all these companies. That means accidents. So we misunderstood the following: the importance of the topic with the importance of the consequence. That was the case for many topics like health and safety, for example. So we were aware of the important topics. What CSRD wanted to show was what were the important issues in the sector. That is what materiality means, to understand what an impact is, which at the second time means how we measure it and how we monetize it in euros, which is far from that, but in the near future we will have in a sustainability statement that despite the fact that I'm in the same sector with this company, I had no accident, and I hope that I will never have in the future because I have taken measures, and that's what distinguishes me from a similar company like mine. This, especially to environmental issues, we saw a gap in understanding, and the standards did not assist us. Hopefully, simplification will allow us to understand some things better. Risks and opportunities, that is. So I think we need some simplification to clear things up. I think we use the same way of using materiality as in the past. That is why we missed the main message.
Now, Mr. Nicolaou, from your academic viewpoint, how can research and knowledge contribute so that organizations turn this new rationale, as mentioned by the previous speaker, into practical tools, into a change of culture and measurable sustainability? Thank you for the invitation and for these very interesting insights shared before. Let me say something just for the record. The materiality analysis started from NGO and academic surveys and criticism so that companies are more concrete about what is a substantial piece of information. We used to build a school and add it in our sustainability report. Because before we started talking about that, things have already been mature enough abroad. I have a 25-year experience on the field. And the second thing we asked was to integrate these visions into the financial statements. There's no way a company has a financial and a sustainability mission or statement. They have to be one. Now, with respect to Greece, for the past 26 years, we have had various groups of experts, scientists, taking 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. The same applies for the Greek government and the European Union. We have done the math in order to do this outward to this inward analysis, as we call it in the materiality survey. So there have been groups who have done their homework. Now, as from the inside out thing, that wasn't ready. That's why we introduced the strong sustainability concept. So we have science-based targets, and this is something that in a few years will apply to all companies, because we have to know what our responsibility is. Okay, we improve stuff. Until when and until what point? That's the point we have reached at an academic level, but we never had this link with the companies because of stereotypes, because of laws and regulations and other fixations that wouldn't allow companies to come in contact with the organizations. We were not able to give our tools to the organizations that are open to them. Okay, we have a share of responsibility, a share of the blame, but I think we are quite good at that in our country and in Europe, putting aside this back and forth that happens sometimes, because we have Asian countries where such policies do not apply, they're not implemented there, and we also have survival issues. Yes, there are steps taken towards the right direction, to put it like that. So in this second round of questions, let's go a bit more practical in order to see how materiality, this double materiality is practically applied. Currently, organizations are called to respond to various standards, assessments, requirements. So, Mr. Ioakimidis, how do you balance in this very perplex landscape of ESG ratings and standards, while at the same time focusing on what truly matters or on what is truly substantial and value creating in a company? The company is whether we balance, right? Don't take it for granted that we do have reached the balance point. No, there is an avalanche of sustainability ratings and new regulations kicking in, ESRS, etc. All these things are very complicated. So a company is called to respond to many, many standards. Normally we have no sectoral standards, so especially for big organizations, there is a great deal of pressure because this whole thing is evolving, right? This quest of where each company is located or is with respect to sustainability and ESG criteria, this is an ongoing process, and there are many ways to measure, different ways to measure that. So my concern is the following. Together with my team, twice every month, we have a different sustainability rating to respond to. So we have reports one after the other. This year, we launched our first sustainability statement alongside with the PPC Group's financial statements in March. So we reckoned that there was a need to integrate the classical sustainability report in these statements, the way we used to produce it in the past 14 years, so we could display some pieces of information that were meaningful for us. Waste management, disposal of wastewater, all this stuff. These were things that we haven't included in our sustainability report in the first place. So we did that in order to share information that the stakeholders would find interesting, because normally the various sustainability rating houses send you a questionnaire or just go through your public reports as posted, and they extract information in order to evaluate your performance. So we have an ongoing, ever-growing needs. My concern is to be able to instill in our organization the things that we are missing from one rating cycle to another. A sustainability report helps you put on a good face, put it like that, and that's something that all sustainability departments have to take care of in an organization. And it helps you identify the risks and the strengths of your company. Also, the results of the double materiality survey helps a lot in order to see where we have an impact and the opportunities we create. So my concern is to make sure that this volume of information boils down to an Excel file with our gaps, with our weaknesses, following our participation in this rating exercise, so we can move on to specific actions, communicate that to our subsidiaries, and until the moment the same rating survey happens again after 12 months, to be able to fill in the gaps and as a result shield our organization, not only to get a better score or have a better face, but also in order to make good use of the knowledge we have already accumulated and protect our organization and make the organization more sustainable. So it takes a lot of effort, a lot of work. Let us not forget that, generally speaking, the quest for this data is a source of fatigue for the organization. You know, looking for data across the board is an additional process. It adds burden to the employees, and for the first year, we asked sustainability-related data from our employees on a half-year basis, because we aim to ask for this data on a quarterly basis, so that we can link the quarterly financial statements with our sustainability report. So it takes a lot of work, a lot of persistence, a lot of internal communication, and a good response culture within the organization and processes in order to achieve that. Of course, with the sponsorship of the top management and all the stakeholders of a group or an organization. So collaboration and always aiming at becoming better year after year. And in order to become better, you have to identify your gaps. Hellenic Energy has integrated sustainability growth goals in your strategy when promoting new technologies, etc. So, Mr. Moutouris, what's happening in practice? I mean, how do you translate this double materiality into your risk management, into your investment planning, and goal setting for your organization? Because, as mentioned before, sustainability comes let's say, at the forefront. In the past, perhaps it wasn't that intense, but now it is. Practically speaking, as mentioned for double materiality, it's a strategic tool. And it was rightly mentioned before. There is one single strategy, and sustainability is an integral part of it. Practically, for us, let me give you two examples of double materiality. For us, it is an integral part of our entire strategy planning. Let me give an example. When it comes to risks, we have our colleague, the risk officer, who sits on the same table with us when talking with external stakeholders, whenever deemed necessary, but mainly when we have discussions with internal stakeholders in order to identify the risks within the group. It is a critical factor so that we are aligned in order to come to have a deeper risk analysis that will then produce conclusions as feedback for the double materiality survey. The group makes strategic moves. Recently, we fully integrated, we fully acquired Elpedison, an energy company. We had a 50% share in that company, and that was something that had to be totally, let's say, merged at all levels. Climate scenario, risk management, risk assessment. So we had to do that. And we take really useful feedback. I have a couple of cases of external stakeholders providing us with feedback, contributing greatly on the discussion for critical parts of our strategies. For instance, how can we turn our renewable investments into nature-positive ones, things that are so useful in order to materialize the strategy you have. And last but not least, what we try to do as a result of the double materiality is the following. When we identify an area as a material one, we have to link specific goals with that, and we have to have an action plan in order to meet these goals. Thank you. Mrs. Conti. Double materiality highlights the importance of the corporate impact. Do you think that companies have started linking the data of the impact they have on their decision making? What stage are we at? And can you please give us your feedback from the recent CSR survey, the CSR report survey? Let me start on a positive note. When talking about the first wave of the big listed companies that went public with their sustainability report last year, the outcome has been very positive within the companies, internally. It was the first time that C-suite executives sat around the same table. All these capacities were there, all these people were there. That wasn't the case in the past. So I think to a great extent this directive and these standards helped a lot in order to bring these people together within companies. On the other hand, you asked me something that I would most likely answer no. We are far away from positively tapping on the impact, or better measure the impact and better integrate this impact in our strategy. What's the thing that makes it difficult? Because we're at an early stage of awareness. Let me highlight that. Because identifying the impact is a very complicated process. Because, you know, the impact casts light on a change on a customer, on the environment, on the local community, etc. So you have first to understand what this change, what the change you generate is, and measure this change so you can integrate this change and set new targets. I was heavily impressed as a result of the survey we did on the top 50 listed Greek companies that were obliged to have their report published until May. The following. I don't want to get technical, but the standard included a specific list of issues and sub-issues that the companies had to pick in order to identify as material or not. So that list was taken as granted. It doesn't change. It wouldn't change. So we missed the big picture. I'll give you an example. Energy companies. One of the most important positive repercussions for any energy company that integrates such a thing in their strategy, which means the impact on people and the customers, is the following. Access to energy. That's a very positive impact, right? There is power goes down, everybody gets frozen, right? So that wasn't part of the ESRS questionnaire. We had to understand that we have to identify the impact and understand how important it is for the business model. So in many cases, there were substantial issues missing, things linked to the strategic impact of the very business model. For instance, for a bank, access to finance means a lot. It's very positive. And the same for the negative aspects. Let me close with that. I was also greatly impressed by the fact that this list of issues included many more topics relating more to the employees and not the customers, because let us not forget that this standard was sector agnostic, so we couldn't specialize the impact on specific customers. We had 5 questions on customers and 25 questions on employees. So as a result of that, the stakeholder approve represents mainly the employees, not the customers. So the question wasn't if the customers are more important than the employees or not. No, the question is, where do you have the biggest impact? So any company, whatever the commodity, the biggest impact is the one that takes place not after the product is sold, is the impact that takes place within the company. Because this impact comes with a domino effect. So if one prioritizes the impact on your employees rather than the impact on your customers, means that perhaps you didn't get the exercise itself. Of course, in substance, there is something different as a finding, but the exercise was poorly executed, to put it like that. And I was quite impressed. Thank you very, very much. Sadly, we have no more time. We have to wrap it up. I think we heard some really interesting stuff, some great case studies. Thank you very, very much for that. So the discussion on sustainability continues both here and in our daily lives, and we will continue like that, from insight to impact.
Thank you, Panagiotis. Another couple of excellent sessions there. We're going to move on to another absolutely critical topic in the area of sustainability. Critical in every area of life and in the economy, but certainly here in our questions today about sustainability, agriculture is at the heart of everything we do. So we're honoured to be able to invite to give us a presentation today the Minister of Rural Development and Food here in Greece, Kostas Tsiaras. Please come and join me.
Hello.
It's a pleasure to see you.
Nice to see you again once more.
Do you want to present from here?
Yeah,
or from
I think that I have to start from there and then we can discuss everything you want.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, based on the topic of this economist conference, there is a condition to talk about various issues that set modern challenges, challenges from which we cannot omit the role of Ministry of Rural Development and Food. The role of ministries like mine is to secure food and social cohesion. So we talk today about sustainability in agriculture, the right of citizens to quality food and enough food to satisfy their needs. And at an era where climate crisis does not belong to the future, but it is an issue of the present. Climate crisis can hit everywhere and influence all human activities, having a small vulnerable victim. Primary sector is influenced by climate change, but contributes by percentage more than 10% of the total emissions to the causes that cause it. The plain of Thessaly that suffered 2 years ago from extreme weather phenomena is the most characteristic example of this dual challenge. An area which suffered from climate crisis, flooded and suffering from drought afterwards, teaches us how important is resilience for agriculture. It's not only that we lose foods, it is the cost of recovering the soil. For Thessaly, we got an ad hoc remuneration program from the EU, a huge amount that shows how much we pay if we avoid preventing things. We lose products, economy suffers, we need to import with additional costs for the state and consumers. And the money spent for local economies that need to be supported could have been used in enhancing things in these areas. Climate crisis has started forming a new environment. Drop of performance in cultivation shows how vulnerable is the balance between nature and economy. We enter an era of limited resources. Energy, water, soil all become rare and precious. That means we will have increase of the production cost, which is reflected to society and consumers. Greece is ranked 19th in risk of water insufficiency. 87% of our soil suffers from droughts. 52% increase risk of drought according to OECD. Agriculture that absorbs 85% of the water consumed in the country is the first to be affected. During drought, decrease of production can exceed 20%, so the income of producers is decreased and food sufficiency is at risk. So the government has decided to manage waters to protect it for everyone. Today, we have a huge number of projects, 1,200 projects of management of waters. A lot of them are irrigation projects and water management projects. So we spent almost €1 billion for these projects. These projects are there to secure water for the next generation and bring water to the regions. We try to decrease the footprint of agriculture production. We promote practices that protect soil and diversity. We also promote the use of greenhouses with less consumption of water. We introduce PVs for energy sufficiency, and we take advantage of sensors and drones in order to check cultivations, putting agriculture into a new era. At the same time, we bring back to the limelight traditional methods of cultivation that have shown 30% more protection of the soil without the use of pesticides. This is the message of green transition. Less chemicals, more environmentally friendly solutions. We create dams and promote waste management, water management projects all over Greece. Sustainability is the requirement of financial resilience. Our country has proven that we can make turn crisis into an opportunity. In the past, we had a deficit, but now we have a surplus in our balance of 65 million euros, with exports of fruit to be the main actor of this positive performance. Total exports in 23 exceeded 11 billion euros. This is the proof that primary sector of Greece, despite adversities, continues to support economy, diet and the region. Of course, we have challenges. Imports of meat of 1.8 million euros tells us that we need to tackle these issues. And with the problems of epizooties and the various diseases, we need to find better solutions. We need to take advantage of new technologies for better transparency and competitiveness. We cooperate with the Ministry of Export to promote Greek products in strategic markets like Japan, United Arab Emirates, Canada. The promotion of Greece is important. To promote the brand Greek food, Greek value is important. Allow me to talk to you about the project of sustainability for agricultural production between 2023-2027. It is a project that provides tools. It needs flexibility. That is why we ask from the EU to protect products that may be suffering from new American tariffs and protect our producers vis-à-vis the global turbulence. Sustainability is not a vague notion for our ministry. Any drop of water missed is a loss for all of us. Every acre of soil which is not easy to cultivate is a big problem for farmers. We as Greece take a lot of steps forward so as to have a resilient agriculture. We believe that the farmers of the future should not be producers alone, but managers of resources and guardians of knowledge. And we don't want Greeks to be in primary sector from need, because we want them to stay in their land, because they will have profit and he will offer to his region. We give thus incentives promoting cooperation and include technological progress, enhancing manufacturing. The government, believing in farmers, will continue taking measures to decrease the cost of production. Taxation has decreased. We have abolished the oil tax for agriculturals. Agriculture is not a profession, it's the relation of the people with their land. The Greek land remains blessed. Its products are the best ambassador of our country around the globe, and the ministry will be an ally and assistant in any effort to make our agriculture more green, more resilient and sustainable. With vision and cooperation, we can turn challenges into opportunities and make sure that Greek agriculture will remain a main pillar of Greek economy and especially of the Greek region. Thank you very much.
I think we'll leave it there.
Yeah, okay,
Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
That was fascinating. You're not allowed to leave until you've had a picture taken.
We were together last year, I think so.
I believe so, yeah. Yeah. Thanks very much. See you next year. Okay, well, that was a fantastic gallop through the Greek record on agriculture and measures to make sure it remains sustainable and supportive of the people who rely on it. It was a look really at the way we work alongside nature to feed ourselves and to keep our economies successful. We're now going to turn to look at the way sometimes nature turns back against us. We're going to look at natural disasters in a time of climate pressure and how we respond to what is clearly an increasing frequency and severity in natural disasters. And to do that, we have a super panel. We have Giannis Kefalogiannis, who is the Minister for Climate Crisis and Civil Protection here in Greece. Please do come and join us on stage. We have Elena Bardram, who is the Director for Climate Resilience and Information Management at the Directorate General for Climate Action at the European Commission. Kostas Sinolakis, who is a professor at the Viterbi School of Engineering at the University of Southern California. And we have Georgios Boustras, who is the professor in Risk Assessment, School of Sciences, European University of Cyprus. So a very broad but erudite panel. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please join us.
Alistair,
Hi.
how are you? Hi.
I'm well, thanks.
Does it matter where we sit?
It helps if you sit in the order in which I called you, but thanks. But it's not that's my problem, not your problem. We'll start, of course, with the minister. This is an extraordinary time, and you know, it did seem 20 years ago, 10 years ago, that a lot of our discussions and thoughts about the dangers of climate change were about anticipating something that was going to happen in the future. That's clearly, in the case of natural disasters, clearly no longer the case. Whether it's we're paying more attention to them or whether, as statistics bear out, it's the fact that there are more of them and they're more severe when they occur. It's a pressing issue for any country, for any government. Tell us something about how Greece is responding.
First of all, I'd like to thank economists for the kind invitation to be part of this very interesting panel. And I'll switch to Greek if I'm allowed to. Of course. Yes.
Firstly, we're talking about one of the most critical issues of the 21st century. In other words, how are we to prepare our people, our countries, to respond in an environment where financial and natural and social interactions multiply and interact. And of course, the challenge is not about how to avoid this crisis, but how our society will keep on living given this crisis and how we can get out of this crisis intact. Writer Taleb, the Black Swan, wrote about the so-called Extremistan. Extremistan is a world in which the rare acute phenomena are not that rare, and a world in which resilience at the end of the day turns out to be the criterion of survival for communities. The problem is now that the nature of risks has changed, but the architecture of financing of our economy as a whole remains the same. Let me tell you that for 2024, Swiss Re, who is one of the Swiss Re, which is one of the largest reinsurance companies, said that more than 318 billion euros have been earmarked for compensations. But has been the total cost of natural disasters. Half of them have been insured. According to the UN, 360 billion euros are needed per year in order to have the so-called adaptation to climate crisis, and we spend no more than 60 billion euros. So we spent $1 instead of $6 compared to what we should in order to bring our countries, our societies at a state of resilience or adaptation to the climate crisis. The reasons why this happens, there are various. A, we have this bias of the short term. We as countries, we invest in what is evident, we do not have a proactive approach. And plus the fact that we have a fragmented system of fragmentation of the protective systems. There's no linking between them. There is no stability in the way we assess risks, and our models normally rely on data coming from the past, but the risks are current. They do not echo in the future. Plus the fact that there is a lack of a proper narrative. Resilience is still considered as a cost center. We have to understand that it should be one of the most performing investments we can have as a country. So, talking about the solutions, we need a brand new economy. We need a three-level architecture of financing, national, regional, and global. At the global level, we need to have a binding goal for financing this climate adaptation. We have to have mechanisms for risk allocation. For instance, catastrophe bonds. We have to start talking about how we can evolve them, and transparency when it comes to risk disclosure. And at the European level, we need to have a common resilience gateway, actually a way to consolidate all policies and programs. And at the national level, we need to have a proper risk mapping exercise that will be the beacon for the policies promoted by the government on insurance, farming, agriculture, early warning systems, maybe crisis funds. So we have to realize that resilience represents the social capability. It's not a technocratic plan, and it calls for the engagement of a chain of stakeholders, the local governments, the civil society, institutions, organizations, the private sector. And, of course, we need to have a common understanding that whatever we pay, it is done so not to avoid the risk that's inescapable, but in order to maintain the continuity of our societies, to keep our societies going the way we know them. So adaptation, in other words, is not a burden. It's a responsibility we all carry. And resilience is not a cost center, but it's the infrastructure of stability and the best investment for a country.
Just briefly before we go on, you mentioned resilience not being a cost center, or you don't want it to be a cost center. Of course it is. That's the way most people see it. How do you engineer things such that it becomes an area for business opportunity, for commercial profit? How do you do that?
Σας είπα και προηγουμένως ότι καταρχάς θα πρέπει...
As I told you before, we have to deal with, we have to understand that the response to challenges is a part of an overall plan involving the private sector, the state, the government, and the civil society. So, we have to raise awareness, because sometimes in the public sphere, these topics are considered to be in the agenda of the elite, not of the ordinary people. Also, organizations have to understand that I'm talking about the private sector, this is an investment for them, it's not a cost center. And at the end of the day, given that they live in the same financial and political environment with others, such an investment will have a financial return for them. Characteristically enough, I told you that if we don't start investing the way we should on resilience, according to all estimates, then the disasters will be much more frequent, much more acute, much more severe, and at the end, the financial landscape will be led to instability and further political and social unrest.
Now, how does all of this resonate for you from the European perspective?
Well, I think it's very clear that from the European perspective and from the mandate and the political priorities for Ursula von der Leyen, resilience has been elevated to a completely new place. That's, of course, very much due to some of the weather extremes that we've been experiencing and the distress of people that we are seeing as a result of that. I think I had a couple of slides. I don't know if I should just...
There you are.
Okay, thanks. So that's the first slide. You can skip that and go to the next slide, because I think it's quite interesting to note that maybe I can have the clicker. Okay.
There you go.
Thanks. So the science is clear, and I'm not going to hamper this point. The minister has made the point. There are many much more knowledgeable scientists in the room than myself. But the fact of the matter is that the financial costs associated to climate change have become quite tremendous. This is a data series from the European Environment Agency that covers years from 1980 to 2023. And the graph is quite obvious in showing how the costs have increased over time within EU. The total sum of aggregate costs of weather extremes is at 738 billion over that time series. And I'd like to even claim that that's an understatement. It's a dramatic number, but what's even more dramatic about that number is that 22% of that total occurred during 2021, 2022, 2023. So you're looking at a time series of over 40 years, and you have 22% of the, aggregated total occurring in a very, very short time. So we are looking at a situation where the macroeconomics of this mean that the costs of recovery are taking funds away from investing into competitiveness, investing into transition, and making the business case. It's also very clear that climate risk accelerates other risks. So it's a threat multiplier for issues that have become more and more into the political priority focus, such as defense capacity. Because if you're vulnerable to climate change, if your infrastructure is flooded, if your service networks don't work because of floods or fires or other extremes, then you have compromised supply chains also for military servicing. So it is a threat landscape that we need to look at in a totality and in a very holistic way. Because preparedness requires a change of philosophy and mindset, and it's not just one threat scenario that we can look in isolation of others. We also know that while the science is very unpredictable, it's evident that because of the inertia of the system, things will get worse before they get better. 2024 was the first year that we surpassed 1.5 degrees globally. We hope that's a temporary overshoot, but if we exercise kind of precautionary principle, as regulators, we need to prepare for something that may be more than a slight temporary dip. And that's why with my team and with the mandate of Ursula von der Leyen, we are now preparing a European level resilience and risk management framework, which will include a law, and it will include a very clear definition of risk ownership, also what the minister was referring to. Because it's clear that not the climate departments are the ones who own the risk or have the agency to act in all cases, but it is the ministries of agriculture, budget, infrastructure, and energy that also need to assume a role in driving this resilience by design, which has to become a new approach, more than a principle or lip service, but really applying a more realistic temperature reference scenario as a lens, as a criteria for evaluating the longevity and viability of different investments, because it is a matter of competitiveness and revenue retention. As if your company sites are compromised, flooded, supply chains don't work, then you don't have a business case anymore. So while we still too much focus on year-on-year profits, that kind of immediacy of climate risks is becoming more and more factored in to the day-on-day business decision-making. And personally, I think that's a positive thing. So you need to move from repair and recovery to prevention, protecting people and assets that are at risk, and preparing also competitive business models that would allow the EU to exploit the increasingly growing resilience marketplace, because it's one thing to have low carbon technologies, but all parts of the globe will be struggling with resilience. And we have some amazing engineering. We have irrigation projects in Greece that we should take example of. We have precision farming techniques that could be easily deployed at a larger scale. And that is a marketplace that we haven't really yet exploited in full. So we should move from proactive risk management and recovery to proactive risk management and really prevention, so that you don't have those damages occurring. Final point, this is the very quick curtain raiser of what our integrated framework will have. It's due on the last quarter of 2026. And of course, we will have the co-legislation process, but it will become applicable in a way of decision immediately for the Commission working and the MFF. But then later on, we hope that this is something that we can also use to inspire and empower the member states as they take their action to the next level. So we must prepare for the unpredictable. There is a strong business case for this. And I think we all have a role to play in taking resilience to the next level. It is about awareness, but solutions exist, and we should not give in to defeatism, but actually empower people to take shape and take control of their own futures. Thanks.
Excellent, thank you. Well, I'm ever so slightly relieved that nothing you said conflicted with, with what the Minister was saying, which is encouraging for all of us. Kostas, Lina made the point that resilience is critical to competitiveness. We've spoken from a national perspective, we've spoken from a European perspective. More broadly, I assume this is simply the case for everybody, everywhere.
Yep. I have a few slides. I want to build up on the comment that you made, but also build up on the comment how important collaboration is between the science community and actually the decision makers, people like Minister Kefalogiannis and people at the local level. So I want to sort of, in the little time that I have, touch on all of these. I want to say, for example, we were talking about, this is my favorite slide, about how much more frequent storms, and I mean, flooding will be, this is the old port of Hania, this happens every 5 years. By 2050, I mean, this was assuming a 1.5 degree change in the average global temperature. Now it's going to happen every year, once a year. Now, most probably, we're going to see this much more frequent. And coming back to your point, Alastair, I mean, this is going to affect quite a bit the competitiveness, I mean, of the tourist product of a particular city. I want to talk about a success story and then talk about not success story about how when science collaborates very, very closely and when governments and local municipalities absorb disaster lessons, then we have really good results. What you see here is, for example, in Istanbul, I mean, they have tsunami warning signs, tsunami evacuation routes. I mean, I spent my life, I worked different at the Academy of Athens, University of Southern California. I travel around the world. I was just in Istanbul on a Friday, and we were just looking at some of their maps and their infrastructure. I mean, this is a fantastic example when science works closely with local communities. I mean, we're assured there, I mean, there's a chance for a big earthquake, but the consequences and the economic consequences in the competitiveness are going to be less because exactly there is preparedness. Where the state of the art is, I mean, we had an earthquake in the Philippines actually on Friday. Within 10 minutes, I mean, this product was available, which is the tsunami forecast for the entire Pacific. The particular one was done on one of my PhD students. This is extremely standard. It's done. I mean, this happens. I mean, this has been a process over 30 years in the making, where as far as tsunami is concerned, we now have really a very, very effective warning system. What happens when you don't? Look what happened. These are two communities. It's very hard to differentiate. On the left is Mati, Greece. On the right is Lahaina, Maui. The difference is that there is 5 years apart. In Mati, there was absolutely no warning. 104 people died. Who would have believed that in a place like Hawaii and Maui, one of the most well-prepared places on Earth in terms of natural disasters, you were going to have 108 people dying in a very similar fire. Fire spread between about 2 hours from where it started to the beach. You can see it's very, very, I mean, the fire swept from an inside road all the way to the beach. I don't know why it doesn't advance. It did advance. I wrote a lot about this. I mean, I studied this. I went to Maui. I went in Hawaii. What exactly happened? Again, it was the failure of the connection. The science was there. The weather reports were there. It were not translated into actionable, into action by the local communities. I mean, basically no warnings were issued. Who would have believed that, I mean, the United States, Maui was in 2023. We saw what happened in Los Angeles, in the Los Angeles fires in January 2025. There were 17 people died in Western Altadena when there was no warning. There was a warning in the town of Eastern Altadena, that's north of Los Angeles. Nobody died there. For some, well, I mean, we know the reason. They just didn't expect the scale of the disaster. They didn't issue a timely warning. 17 people died. Who would have believed that in the summer, in an area in Texas called Disaster Alley, Flash Flood Alley, there is Camp Mystic. This is a summer camp. Hundreds of kids, about 68 young girls lost their life in the Mystic camp. Why? Because the warning was not implemented. The National Weather Service in the United States issued a warning. I mean, the local authorities, I mean, the warning didn't trickle down all the way to actually having, the people in the local authorities in Texas issuing timely evacuation warnings. In fact, by the time they got around to it, I mean, the camp had already been flooded. Probably kids, their bodies were found several miles downstream. Horrible disaster, but it shows you again what happens when there is no communication between, what scientists say and what local authorities implement, and of course with a big impact on the. And this is my last slide, with a big impact in the local economy. So what I find out in my whole experience just studying in disasters in the last 30 years, what we need to do is we need to, and this is going to be my punchline, we need to act wiser and with fairness and faster. Typically, what happens, and this is an arbitrary scale, we have an extreme event. It takes scientists, people like me, a little bit of time, let's say in this particular scale, 10 minutes. In reality, it could be years until we understand what happened and we start explaining it, we publish our papers and we do this. And then it takes an equal time, whatever this time is, years, for the public opinion to understand what has happened and to get on board with it. Start pressuring local and state governments or even national governments. We need to take action. We were very lucky that in the case of Mati, at the time Prime Minister, was the leader of the opposition, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, understood that we needed the 1112, the emergency communication number. It was implemented in record time and government acted. But usually government acts, last and way, 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 way behind all the others, the extreme event, the science, and the public opinion. And in my view, this is exactly, an era of climate change where our windows of time are going to be smaller and smaller and smaller. We really need to eliminate this lag between government and public opinion and science. Government needs to act, as soon as science says it must act, and then we will have the best chance of actually limiting loss of life and economic losses.
Excellent, thank you. I'm sure the Minister was listening hard to what you were saying and probably agrees with you. This is a fascinating risk management area because it has all the classic elements, uncertainty, high impact, uncertain probabilities, and it's all changing. These things are increasing in frequency. So give us your perspective, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Alistair. Indeed, that's a very interesting question. And as a matter of fact, I think this panel could not have been more timely. I'm going to wear the hat of a professor in risk, and I'm going to start by laying out some facts, because otherwise you cannot do any sort of risk calculation there. Reality is that 2025 has been probably the most difficult year in terms of, in so many different ways, especially when we talk about fires. If I'm not mistaken, and I think I'm not mistaken, and Elena can double check that coming from the Commission, I think it was the worst year since records began in the European Union. I know that the Minister is looking at me, and I saw his statement yesterday. And I have to commend him for saying that this has been quite a successful year for Greece in relation to the European average. Let me tell you something else. This year, I'm very much interested in what happens in the Mediterranean. And it was the first year that I believe that there was a fire in every single Mediterranean country, all of them. The reality, the fact that Syria came back to the world also, was interesting because we found out that there was a huge wildfire there. It was a very prolonged fire season as well. Of all countries, the United Kingdom, I have to remind you, that had a fire season. And actually, London Fire Brigade and the other fire brigades, they issued bulletins and they issued warnings for the people. I lived there for 16 years. When I heard that, I was trying, to see if something, there is, I'm getting older and there is something not working anymore, in my head. But yes, Belgium, the Netherlands, they also had fire seasons, Germany as well. And I know that by laying down this information, I'm painting a very grim picture. But I have to tell you that I'm an optimist. And I believe firmly that crises, with an E, are opportunities for change. There must be a political will. There must be, like the people in the panel before said, that there must be a good communication channel between the academia, the government, and various other actors. In Greece, for instance, the establishment of the Ministry of Civil Protection and Climate Change by Prime Minister Mitsotakis indeed is gradually making a change. And you can see that, like I said before, the KPIs are there. For instance, the introduction of 112, and now that we're going to the new generation 112, means that we have managed to minimize fatalities. In Cyprus, the recent developments, the recent announcement by President Nikos Christodoulidis was that we're going to have a brand new ministry, which is going to be the Ministry of Interior and Civil Protection. And it is going to house all these different actors that are there. And this is going to make a big difference as well. It is not only a matter of bureaucracy and geometry and geography and choreography within the public sector, but it makes sense as well. Two things and two important steps that I believe, three actually, I just remembered of one extra. We need to adopt new but old methods again, like grazing, like controlled burning. Why? Because we need more hands in the deck. We need more people involved, A. B, we need to create a culture. I have been hearing since the morning the word culture, and absolutely everyone, I think, is looking towards establishing a culture. Let's go back to our younger years, like 5 years ago, and you will remember that at school we were taught things and we developed a culture. Was it a good culture? Was it a bad culture? I'm not going to judge that. But we need to go back and establish national education plans. And I'm happy to see the minister having very frequent meetings with the Minister of Education in Greece. And I think this is a paradigm. You know, like this is something that should be replicated. Why do we need this? Because we need to communicate risk effectively to the people, because we are not communicating risk effectively at the moment. Two tools that we have. One is the Sendai framework, which is actually a master plan, and with regards to the cost, all the answers are there. It talks about PPIs and various other things. And secondly, and finally, President Ursula von der Leyen, if I'm not mistaken, announced the EU Preparedness Union strategy, which talks about a whole of society approach. If you actually decipher the messages of this new strategy, it actually talks about every single part of our societies being involved in managing and actually trying to minimize those risks that we have been talking about. Last point, we need more data. We're making decisions, we're still using empirical rules. This is out of order, I think. We live in an era of communication. We should have more data. We must generate more data. We need to be clever on what data we need. If we simply replicate the data that we are receiving, we're not going anywhere, because this is the outcome of the data that we're receiving. We must act cleverly. We must think what we want to calculate in terms of risk, and then go back, reverse engineering, and come up with sources of data that are going to give us these parameters that are going to help us in this risk calculation.
If I can piggyback on this point, what we have to be very careful, George, and I saw this in the fires in Los Angeles, you can be data rich and wisdom poor. Mm-hmm. So actually learning, and I mean, it is where, in fact, AI hasn't really made it down to the decision room, where, I mean, all this, data, sometimes, and this is what happened in Altadena, I mean, one region was evacuated, the other region was not. They had data, they had all the data in the world, but exactly because they had not practiced and they didn't know, I mean, again, the wisdom, unfortunately, was not there. So this is something that science can add to the crisis management room, and I think we have, I am also an optimist. We have a fantastic future ahead with AI to be able to actually use. In Greece, we need more data. You're absolutely correct. We don't have them. And I mean, Santorini was a case in point, as we were running around like headless chicken to try to find out and get more data. But along with the, with the data, we need the wisdom. And
for sure.
This will go to
Let me say
very briefly, please.
Yeah, 30 seconds. I agree 100% with you. Let me just add something else, that I'm a firm believer that fires are a social issue, not an engineering problem. So we need the data, but at the same point, we need to have the assessment teams by the people. Thank you.
Okay. Elena.
Very, very briefly, I think it's also very important to acknowledge that we can't base future decisions on historic data.
For sure.
And I think that's somehow very often still in policy making. People look at, okay, what happened in history, whereas nostalgia is no longer a strategy. So we are dealing with completely different parameters. The other thing is that the data itself isn't a solution. It has to become decision relevant.
Yeah.
And that's very often the missing part, is the interface between the very, very sophisticated data that we have a lot of and the people at local and regional level who actually make the decisions about, okay, where do we invest, where do we build resilience?
Right.
And that innovation is an untapped resource that we really need to make use of.
Okay. I want to give the last word to the Minister, who's very patiently sat and taken on board all of the advice that he's been given. Your reflection on what you've heard, how do you translate all of that into concrete policy action as a minister in a government?
Θα πω πολύ σύντομα το εξής, ότι ως Ελλάδα...
I will say the following: as Greece and many countries of the Mediterranean have become wiser because of the distractions we have dealt with. I agree with Yorgos. Today, this year's data, we had a decrease of 5% in the average of 20 years with regard to burnt land. The UK this year in numbers, fixed numbers, has more burnt land than Greece. So truly we can get lessons from the distractions we have dealt with, but we need to use modern tools, train public opinion. This is the biggest reform we can have in our societies, and what has been proven, I would like to thank the European Union publicly, because solidarity among states can give us the added value in this effort.
It's like
it's safer.
Like I'm safer here. This brings us to a very interesting point, I think, in our conference. It sort of rounds things out a bit, because we've talked an awful lot over the last 2 days about theory, about prediction, and about risk. And I think this panel sort of brings home how concrete all of this is. That there isn't time to reflect, to think, and to ponder. Action is required right now, and thankfully is being taken with plenty of guidance from our academic and policy friends. So we're going to leave it there for this panel. Our next panel is the youth climate leadership. And they need to finish on time because they have to go home for tea and bedtime. So please join me in thanking another excellent panel. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank you for the excellent coordination.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alistair.
It's a pleasure to meet you all. Thanks very much. Okay, well, we've worried ourselves half to death with all of the frightening things we've talked about over the last couple of days. Now it's time to relax, because we have the solution. Andreas is going to join me for this final session of the day, where we're going to be talking to and about the next generation. as they prepare to take the reins from us. I'm not sure we've left them a great legacy, but that's their problem, not ours. So let me introduce to the stage two wonderful exponents of this issue, the next generation. Mario Arampatsis, who is the UNICEF Youth Delegate to COP29 Azerbaijan, a member of the Child and Youth Advisory Board, UNICEF in Greece. You're very welcome. Please come and join us. And Theodora Cosmopoulou, who is the member of the Child and Youth Advisory Board, UNICEF Greece.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Likewise, you're very welcome. Please come and take a seat. Thanks. Andreas, let me pass over to you. I mean, I'm just very thankful for the fact that we have some bright people to fix the mess that we're leaving. So I'll hand over to you as a fine exponent of having made a mess.
Thank you, Alistair. Yes, and of course, just the previous session, θα μιλήσω στα ελληνικά νομίζω τώρα, δεν ξέρω αν έχετε προτίμηση.
I will speak in Greek. All right. So, during the previous panel discussion, we talked about the big challenges ahead that you are about to face and we are currently facing. But of course, these challenges will greatly affect the generations to come. We've seen that in the recent past, the youngsters were quick to react. We've seen Greta Thunberg raising the whole discussion and inspiring the young people to discuss about climate issues, amongst others. We keep on talking about the young people and the role, but I don't think we have an open ear to them. It's not just about complaining. The role of the young generation is to have a say, to be engaged, and since we're talking about participation, this is of major importance. So, Marios, ahead of COP30, how do young people move from activism to tangible political, let's say, sway, and what are the obstacles still ahead? If you don't mind, would like to say a few things, both myself and Dora. So, and then we will, let us first build the context, this discussion, because we have prepared some points I would like to discuss. One, is it okay? Can we move to the podium? And we'll keep the question for later on.
I will continue my statement in English, as I feel a bit more comfortable doing so. Madam President, Mr. Co-Chair, Your Excellencies, Ministers, Professors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is truly a privilege and I would say a distinct honor to be able to address you here today, as people my age don't get the chance often to appear to such high-level events. I must say that seeing the audience today, so many people still here, I must say it's flattering. Of course, I know you're waiting for the lunch, but still, very flattering, I would say. We are meeting at a time when the science could not be clearer, and the stakes could not be higher as well. Every ton of carbon emitted, every dollar invested in new fossil fuel infrastructure locks us deeper into a future of instability, inequality, and climate breakdown. We do not need incremental fixes, we do not need vague commitments to balance green ambition with short-term costs. We need radical clarity, a fossil fuel phase-out, and a just transition plan that gets us to net zero by 2050, with no excuses, no delays, and no backsliding. We therefore are in a great need of a concrete fossil fuel phase-out plan. The International Energy Agency has already said it. There is no room for new coal, oil, or gas if we are to meet net zero. Southeast Europe and the Mediterranean cannot afford to be left behind while the rest of the world accelerates. We must set legally binding deadlines to end coal by 2030, oil by 2040, and gas by 2050, all while redirecting all subsidies from fossil fuels, every single euro, yes, into clean energy, infrastructure, electrified transport, and grid resilience. Also, banning new fossil fuel exploration and infrastructure starting now, not in 10 years, not in 5 years, but now. Also, I would say it's very important to have a fair and full transition for people and regions. Yes, transition costs, but so does inaction. And we have far greater costs in floods, fires, droughts, and the loss of lives. A just transition is not only possible, ladies and gentlemen, it is essential. That means we need to practice sustainability every single day and achieve this with a green transition fund for reskilling and upskilling workers and professionals for clean industries. Public-private partnerships, fostering public-private partnerships to invest in solar, wind, and green hydrogen and storage capacity, especially in regions currently dependent on fossil fuels. Protecting vulnerable households as well from energy poverty with targeted subsidies and energy-efficient retrofits. Fairness is not the opposite of ambition. Fairness is what makes ambition possible. We need radical action within a just climate diplomacy framework. The Mediterranean is already a climate hotspot, and no single country can confront this crisis alone. We therefore need cross-border cooperation that allows us to share renewable power and technologies from the Balkans to North Africa, and also joint investments for net zero industries, agriculture and finance. If Europe wants to lead, it must lead not just in words, but in actions that bind us together in a shared destiny of decarbonization. Ladies and gentlemen, too often we are told that ambition is unrealistic, that the costs are too high, that we must slow down, but the truth is the exact opposite. Delay is the most expensive option of all. We are the last generation that can prevent runaway climate change, and the first with the tools, the capital, and the knowledge to succeed. The question, therefore, is not whether we can afford to phase out fossil fuels, it's whether we can afford not to. So let us be bold. Let us declare clearly no more excuses, no more half measures, no more fossil future. And the path to net zero is radical, yes, but it's also achievable, fair and necessary. And if we commit to it fully, I must say that Southeast Europe and the Mediterranean cannot be the laggard of the transition, but its leader. And finally, as far as my generation is concerned, I must say that youth have the will and the passion and the innovative ideas to drive that kind of change. However, leaving us without a seat at the table means that the policies you create won't be future-proof. They must align with our vision of the future. Many of you, leaders in academia, private sector and government, every decision that you take every single day affects my generation's future. So don't you waste it anymore. Thank you.
Please.
Hello to everyone. Hello, dear guests. I'm going to try to be quite short. I think my colleague Marius already mentioned what the facts are and what the effects of not taking climate action is going to be if we don't start now. So I'm just going to try to give you a little bit of insight on why we think that youth participation is so important and what exactly youth climate leadership is. So I've grown up close to Elefsina, a region that knows what it means to live on the front line of environmental change. For those who are not aware, it is located in West Attica, a region that concentrates about 1/3 of Greece's heavy industries. In West Attica, we experience this deeply. We live between refineries and nature reserves. We've seen what happens when environmental policies forget about people, when workers are told they must choose between feeding their families and protecting the air. That is why we talk about climate justice, because the transition we need must be fair to the worker, to the farmer, to the child breathing next to the highway. Youth climate leadership is not about replacing the old with the young. It's about building bridges between generations. It's about saying to policymakers, we are not your oppositions, we are your continuity. We will live with the consequences of your decisions, and we're ready to take responsibility for shaping them. For my generation, the climate crisis has never been a distant concept. It's been the background noise of our lives, the smell of smoke in the air, the heat waves that cancel school, the worry and fear every time the temperatures rise between a certain degrees. But my journey in climate justice, in contrast to many of my peers, didn't start through strikes or campaigns. It began through school-initiated projects like Virtual Company, where we designed a disaster awareness center meant to prepare citizens, or the Foodathon competition, where we designed an app meant to solve the problems of food scarcity and food waste. Now, as we're getting older and many of us are moving into universities, workplaces, and local councils, our activism is changing shape. We're holding proposals, drafting policies, creating NGOs and startups that reimagine energy and waste. But realism means this. We can't just say the system is broken, we must learn to repair it. Oftentimes, when we are in panels like this today, it is often claimed that the younger generation, ours, doesn't actually care, and maybe, just maybe, we are the exception. But we are not. We lack opportunities. I have so many friends that would love to go into research, whether it's in the field of engineering or chemical analysis, but they are told that they will not get the chance to do this, at least not here in Greece. This is why climate literacy is vital. Not just lessons about recycling or polar bears, but actually teaching systems, energy, economics, governments. In Attica, students should learn how change connects to agriculture in Megara, to shipping in Elefsina, to urban planning in Athens. This is how we build leaders who can act, not just react. And to end my speech, I would like to say that, to be honest, our voices are often treated like decoration. A box to tick in youth consultation. Too often, we're invited to panels for our energy, not our ideas, proposals, expertise. That must change. Real youth participation means giving young people seats where power sits, in ministries, city councils, boardrooms, not just using them to manipulate the public opinion. The truth is, we're not dreamers anymore, we're doers. We've inherited a crisis we didn't cause, but we refuse, and I repeat, we refuse to inherit despair. In every community, in every region of the world, we see young engineers turning waste into materials, students mapping fire risk with drones. We're proving that optimism isn't naive, it's necessary. So as a young person myself, I would like to tell you that I don't stand here asking for your hope. I stand here offering partnership, because the climate fight isn't about saving which of course I understand is on its own a very simple, not very simple at all task to begin with, but it's about saving the possibility of a just, livable future for us all. And that requires cooperation of every generation. So please join us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. So very important messages. Let me say a few words in response. just saying that it's interesting that the economists, when they discuss action on climate change, they do cost-benefit analysis, and they tell us how much it's going to cost the economy, and how much it's going to benefit us if we actually undertake the energy transition. And always the benefit from taking action is much higher, maybe 5 times at minimum higher than the cost of taking action. So the message is clear. We should, even though we keep talking about, and we do here with corporations, about the cost of the transition, and it's too costly and too expensive. Why it's costly is because we're not cooperating. It's because we fear that if we don't take action, if we take action on the other hand, it'll cost us, others will get away scot-free without taking action, and nothing will happen. So key to the issue is cooperation, which is the message that you gave. Also, as an educator, I very strongly take on board your concern about what we should be doing. At some stage in the panel, we discussed a project that I'm also engaged in about promoting SDGs for universities, and it has to do with how we reshape our courses so that students recognize the way in which whatever we're teaching is actually connected to the values that we want, the SDGs that we want to achieve, and also show within our own university how we take action to achieve these things. If we want to reduce energy, are we doing it at our universities? Are students seeing us act and participating? So I very strongly support your messages. So let me come back to my initial question then. How, from your perspective, and you can either one answer, move from activism to showing us how we should cooperate, how we should become partners, and how youth can actually engage in decision making. That might be what you need to do. It also, to a large extent, has to do with what we need to do.
Yeah, I would like to make a few comments on that. I think there is often this misconception that we start by stating what our vision is, doing some activism, and then that stops there. But this is not the case. Whether it's because I've seen people younger than myself, younger than 15, starting their own startups, raising money, actually being able to collect data or save an endangered species. But that doesn't end there. How we can actually affect the policies is by taking part in not just youth councils, but becoming actual active citizens and being encouraged through political education, which is currently missing at our schools, to be active citizens and to take part into debates, discussions, and policy making. So to get to my point is, I think a youth that is ready to take action requires more political education on the one hand, and on the other hand, there need to be more opportunities for youth to actually voice their opinion, and not just as decoration, but their ideas need to be implemented, need to be need to be actually considered. And I think that there's this quite broad spectrum from manipulation, which happens when young people are used just as decoration. Oh yes, we heard you, we're doing our own thing, until actual youth participation, where with the cooperation of older people, mentors who have the expertise, we can together work towards a more sustainable future.
Great, thanks.
Well, what I would say is that now we see the generation of activists that started FFF, Fridays for Future, those kind of movements, now becoming doers. As Dora also mentioned, we're not just dreamers anymore. We are indeed doers, and I've seen so many youth actually driving change through their workspaces, through taking initiatives in the private sector. The point is how we bring this all together and how we make sure that this innovation and how this action that we see is taking account and it's represented also in decision-making tables. And of course, this is not an initiative that we have we have a certain power, but we don't have the actual opportunity to make this meaningful. So this is what I would say regarding that point. And I would also make a little note that despite this generation of ours have moved towards this field of actually doing, there's the activist part is still in place, and youth are very vocal about intergenerational fairness and about its connection to climate change. So I would say these 2 points.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'd like to just put a point to you. Forgive me if this comes across as gloomy. It's not intended to. But I do belong to that generation that's fairly pessimistic about things quite often. One of the saddest legacies I think that our generation is leaving to yours isn't just that we have a climate problem. It's that in very recent years, very recent times, we're creating a situation where you will have to relitigate the battles that we thought we'd won. You will have to relitigate the battle for command of the facts. So we're starting from a point of disadvantage because there is a momentum in the world that is pushing back against gains that we thought we had already banked. Are you ready for that? And how do you go about, in your mind, how do you go about doing it? So, you're doers, not dreamers. What you want to do is bring down rates of production of fossil fuels and get to work in decarbonising the economy. But you have still to fight this battle of ideas.
Can I just add something that I recently read that enhances your point? Apparently, a recent survey showed that among the young, there's a turn towards the kind of right-wing, anti-woke, denialism, and so forth, which is, we've always associated the young as being idealists and the movers. So this is part of what Alistair is saying. I think that how do you deal with that concern? Are you seeing that yourself, and how does one address that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think this topic does not only concern climate change, but an overall turn towards the more conservative side, which can notably be been documented in our generation as well, when looking at the election results. I think it's really a scary attempt when we're trying to renegotiate things that should be certain, when we're talking about human rights, which is part of why climate justice is so important, because when we're talking about climate change, it's about students not being able to go to school, it's about the fertility rates going down due to the high temperatures. So I think that I don't think the right way to go about it is trying to approach people that do not believe in climate change with logic. It's more about showing the data, showing the proof, and working together with all those who are interested and who believe in our vision and share the same ideals as we do.
Well, I think that many of the people my age, at least, think that we're in the midst of a period that feels like it's filled of polycrisis and also permacrisis. I'm sure you're familiar with the terms. So it seems like it is a dead end. But what I would say is that system change sounds a lot, cliche, but it is exactly that what we are in need of. And I mean, we are in great need of state initiatives, but also since we are at a sustainability event and we have many people representing the private sector here, so I would say that it's also very important to have a sense of responsibility and actually claiming that and acting upon that. And of course, achieving sustainable development goals, of course will know that it is important to work together and leave aside some characteristics of modern day that sound a bit cliche about the private sector. Profit, 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 that is. So I think that the private sector has great influence. And I mean, you must feel it, those of you that are in the private sector. I would give you just a very interesting number. Last year, I was at the conference of the parties of the UNFCCC. Of course, I was part of the national delegation, also the delegation of UNICEF, but I had many, colleagues, young people who were from NGOs. The delegations of the lobbyists of certain companies were about 1,500 lobbyists, much more than NGO delegations. So we can see there the influence and the power that certain industries have to drive that kind of change. Yeah. So that would be my point.
Okay, fantastic. Well, we've gone way over time, but I think it was worth it. It's been great to hear your voices. I hope we hear more of you and more of your generation over the coming years. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very
Please thank our panelists. Thank you. Hang around for a second while I thank everybody after our picture. Don't leave until you've all been thanked. Thanks. Okay, well, it just remains for me to close the conference. And before I do, I mean, first of all, I'm tremendously encouraged to know that our most valuable renewable resource, our youth, is so well prepared for what's coming. It gives hope to all of us, I think. I should thank our partners before we finish. SDSN Greece, CSR Hellas, UN Global Network for Greece, and Executive Education of the National Kapodistrian University of Athens. Your partnership has been invaluable to us. And we've worked in association with the Nizami Ganjavi International Centre. We've had some fantastic sponsorship from Public Power Corporation, from Enaon Motor Oil Group, Athenian Brewery, National Bank of Greece, Hellenic Energy, Faria Renewables, Unipharma, the Coca-Cola Company. I definitely want to thank Nectaria and her fantastic team, who you never see, but actually who keep everything going, the whole show on the road. Thank the interpreters and the sound people at the back. Most of all, for those of you still in the room, I'd like to thank you for your perseverance, your energy, and your contribution to making this a successful couple of days. Thank you from me, and we'll see you again next year.
ίδιο κι εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις, τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πυξίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενδυναμώνουμε τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον, ο πολιτισμός και ο αθλητισμός. Θετικό αντίκτυπο σε περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας, όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.